celebrate the Florida Panthers.
You know, it's a very special moment, Jackie, to be out here. You have to understand the first in franchise history, 30 years. That's why it's so special. It is history in the making, and a lot of people want to make sure that they are part of that history. And as you just heard from Jackie, a lot of people making their way. It took us quite a long time to make it down here to Fort Lauderdale Beach. But with that said, it is a little bit an overcast. It's a little cloudy out here, but that's not going to take away from the sunshine and the joy many of these fans have in celebrating the Stanley Cup with the Florida Panthers, with your Florida Panthers. But the big question, will the weather cooperate?
It doesn't matter, because they have said rain or shine, they will be here celebrating with what they say are the #1 fans in the country when it comes to the NHL. And really, we came in early this morning, about 7 a.m., and the traffic to get in, they have estimated that close to 300,000 people could be coming to this parade. And right now, I could tell you that they are at least 100,000 right now, and we're still an hour away from parade time. And as you look around, there are people in the beach, there are people on the sand, there are people with their signs, with their jerseys, with their pucks. I mean, it is an all-out party here.
It really is. And Jackie, you know this, and being historic, by the way, and I hate to date you, but Jackie, you have covered the championships of the Miami Marlins. We've had the Miami Marlins. It's been quite a while since we had our Miami Dolphins. But again, the Miami Heat as well, our last champions. We covered those parades, but that's why this is so special, because it is your Florida Panthers, the first, as I said, in franchise history, and that's why so many people want to make their way down. The Miami Heat celebrated with about 400,000 fans back in 2013, and so here we're expecting, as you said, 300,000 fans as that parade will make its route starting at Riamar Street and go about a mile down before they hit the stage behind us and celebrate the Stanley Cup with all of your fans.
The Fort Lauderdale mayor, Dean Trentalis, has said they are ready, willing, and able to welcome all of these fans from all over Florida. I mean, we've heard people come from Tampa, and in this hotel where we're at today on Fort Lauderdale Beach, we've seen people from all over Florida that have stayed the weekend just to make a whole weekend out of this party. Now, the one thing that we cannot control, Fort Lauderdale can't control, the players can't control, is the weather. You know, I left Miami, it was lightning, it was thundering, and it was pretty bad. But we came to Fort Lauderdale, all of a sudden the skies opened.
But in the distance, we can hear the thunder. Already in the distance, we can hear the thunder. I don't see any lightning, Jackie, but if there's any lightning or any thunder, many will think it's not only from the skies, but also from the fans below. But with that, let's check in with First Alert meteorologist Chelsea Ambries with more on what we can expect with today's parade. Chelsea.
Well, we do have thunderstorms nearby. There is a storm just off the coast. There's a storm just to our north, but those cloudy skies that Juwan mentioned, it's helping break up at least some of the heat that we can feel from the sun this time of year and on the beach fronts. Fort Lauderdale, your current feel-like temperature, 100, even under the cloudy skies. Places like Pembroke Pines, 89, where it rained in Miami, feels a little bit cooler, still feels just shy of 90 degrees. But you can see the radar is busy. As we zoom into areas of Fort Lauderdale, notice, like I mentioned, a storm just to our north, closer to Parkland and Coral Springs. Frequent lightning there. As you take your way down the far western parts of the area, that's where some of the heaviest of the rain is, and there's that isolated shower with some lightning just off the coast as well. Winds are coming out of the northeast, so these will be pushing from the northeast to the southwest, and we'll be watching for more showers and storms to be round after round as we're continuing over the next few hours. Where we turn on our First Alert live Doppler, notice that heavy rain moving into Tamarack, but just around Pompano Beach, it's light showers, and as you get down into Fort Lauderdale, we seem to be right in the gap between the two heaviest pockets of those intense thunderstorms at this point. There's also some showers and storms just off the coast down into Miami-Dade. Keeping an eye on those. As of right now, no lightning associated with that or through the Florida Keys. There's a lot more storms headed towards Key West, but it looks like we're in the bubble for the storms for now. But I do want to send coverage back out to you, Juwan, where we're going to be watching the storms from here inside the studio.
All right, Chelsea, you got that right. And again, Jackie and I looking at each other because of that thunder we continue to hear off in the distance and the lightning that you happen to mention. But as Jackie said a little bit earlier, rain or shine, this parade will go on as planned starting at 11 a.m. And we are live out here from the balcony of the Marriott Hotel. Thanks to some lovely guests. We'll get to them in just a little bit. And we're above many fans. And you mentioned it's probably 100,000, maybe even 200,000 out here already getting ready for the parade, Jackie.
And we're all here because the Florida Panthers are the champions, right? We are the champions, just like the song. And I got to tell you, who could forget Game 7? It was a nail-biter all the way to the end. Of course, the Panthers were up 3-0. Everybody thought we had it in the bag. And then all of a sudden, the Edmonton Oilers, they come back and they win Game 4, 5, and 6. So it was up to Game 7. And Vinny Viola, which is the owner of the Panthers, he said, you know, somebody asked him, was he nervous about Game 7? He said he was, but his wife, who's a bigger fan than he is, she's so passionate about the team, she said, don't worry about this, we got it. So when I heard that, I'm like, okay, we got this. Anyway, Giselle Espinales has done an incredible job. She has been covering the Florida Panthers through it all. This has been such an exciting season. And Giselle, the players are ready for this big day, aren't they?
They really are, Jackie and Joanne, and what an incredible assignment today, celebrating a championship right here on the beach, and fans have been partying. And we got here so early, and let me tell you, the amount of jerseys. People, remember, hockey jerseys are thick and it's hot. People do not care. They are so excited. But one of the best excitements that we saw in the Stanley Cup final was from the one and only Panthers fan from day one of his birth, that's joining me now, Ethan White. We have him right here. Ethan, the excitement, he became the face of the NHL from just him excited to be there in Game 1. How excited were you in general when you saw them win it all?
I was so pumped, baby! I'm watching the game, I'm sitting on my couch, and I swear to you, as soon as the 10 seconds hit, on the board, my heart pounding. And I mean, once it hit 0, I jumped up, I swear, I started crying. It was a monumental moment in my life!
See, the fans are pumped for him because they know these are the fans that are excited. I'm going to step out for a little bit. Ethan was one of those people that just exuded that fan confidence. He had the confidence from Game 1 of this team. All he wanted to do was see this team win this cup, knowing that they won it all. What did that make you feel? Because his parents showed me all the memorabilia that you have. That's pretty cool.
My room from my first year in 2011 so right now, you can hear these fans. They've been dedicated. So have I. I've waited a long time for this. Dusk to dawn, night after night, day and night. I've waited for this. This is what hockey is about. Let's go!
This is what I'm telling you. This kid, these fans, there's nothing better than celebrating a championship. And I know the weather right now, it feels good, but it does look kind of crazy out to the right of us. That's the ocean, but it doesn't matter. All the fans are like, we're going to make our way. We're going to find our way under tents. And it's pretty incredible to see how special this all is. This run that the Stanley Cup Panthers, the Florida Panthers have had as they finally made history winning their Stanley Cup. You know, back-to-back Eastern Conference champion. All the glory ends today with we've seen the Cup celebrate in so many ways, and it's pretty incredible. Ethan, of course, getting the crowd hyped up, and I'm telling you, this is a really special moment. Rain or shine as we get some drizzle. You know, I'm going to send it back to you guys.
Okay, yeah, we definitely are feeling it. It's starting to rain here, but as it rains, people are screaming. They're getting more energetic about this whole parade thing, and we're feeling it right now. But this is really the culmination of so many years. 1993, when the Florida Panthers were born, 3 years later, they went to their first final, and they had to wait over 20 years to get into the final again. Last year, of course, we lost to Las Vegas, and then this year, this was the year, especially with Coach Maurice. You know, he's been waiting a long time for this.
You got that right, Jackie, and as we've been saying, redemption. It was all about redemption after losing to the Golden Knights last year. A lot of people believe that we didn't belong there, but we happen to beat the best team, arguably, in NHL history last year in the Boston Bruins, who had one of the best records in NHL history, but this year we did it. They made it work, and we'll get to Paul Maurice in a little bit because some emotional remarks that Paul Maurice made, but with that said, it is starting to rain. Things are picking up. Let's check in with NBC6 reporter Ari Otzer. He's along the parade route with more. Ari.
Yeah, Juwan, definitely starting to rain. Look at me, it looks like I'm covering a hurricane. This is actually, of course, the Panthers celebration parade over here behind me on A1A. Water hitting our lens and everything. Look, I've learned a lot this week. I've learned that nobody celebrates a championship like hockey teams do. We saw the Stanley Cup in the ocean over here. My feet were getting wet that day. I was right there when Matthew Tkachuk dunked it. And now I've learned today that even though South Florida fans show up late for games, man, they show up early for parades. There's hundreds of thousands of people out here already. I personally counted 203,000. Now, just kidding. I didn't actually count. I'm not that good in math. But look how many people are out here already. And now that it's pouring rain with this cloud coming in, they're still out here. They're still hooping and hollering. And we talked to some fans earlier who got here super early, like around 7:30 a.m., and they had a lot to say. Take a listen.
We've been out here since 5 o'clock this morning to get a good seat down the road, and rock and roll, baby. Let's go Panthers.
Well, Liz and Kevin, you got the whole family here. Yep. Why so early for this?
It's a once-in-a-lifetime opportunity to come out here and support the team. We were at Game 7, actually, me and my son, and it's just something that we share with the rest of the family, though, that didn't get to experience that part of Game 7. So, how exciting is this?
Awesome. I told them, we may never get this chance again. It's amazing.
And you're on the beach. Yes. It might rain, it might not. You don't care.
No, we don't care. We got umbrellas just in case, and we'll kind of tough it out. And we'll see how it goes. So It's Florida. It rains, and it'll come and go.
You guys ready for this?
Yep.
Yeah, excited?
Yeah.
Chanel and Gavin are out here. It's just after 8 a.m. Got here early to get a good spot. Why was it important to be here so early?
Because of traffic. We live in South Florida. Look at it already. It's traffic all over.
Is this going to be worth it, being out here 3 hours before the parade?
Yeah, I'm trying to see the champions.
That's it. That's all that matters. That's all that matters. Just have fun. We in South Florida. Stanley Cup is here. Woo!
Yay!
Aaron, tell us your epic story. You came from where?
Kansas City. I've waited 24 years and drove 24 hours for this day.
It's that big of a deal to you?
It is huge.
Just to see the cup go by and cheer the players, and you're going to go to the rally, I guess, after?
I'm going to try. It's a long drive back home. I have to be to work on Tuesday.
You're going to drive all the way to Kansas City?
Yes. Yeah, we drove here, driving back.
Unbelievable. Back live here, you can see people standing here in the pouring rain, waiting for the Panthers to show up. I'm struggling with this umbrella. I swear the wind feels like it's storm coverage. We're used to that as well. This is the storm of celebration. That's what this is. It's Panthermonium out here, right? And we saw the other day on Thursday, Matthew Tkachuk told us, hey, he's been waiting his whole life for a championship parade. Well, Panther diehard fans have been waiting even longer because Tkachuk's only 26. The team's been around 30 years. So a lot of these fans have been waiting for this longer than most of this team has been alive. So it's a big, big day, and that's why you see so many people out here to bask in the glory of a Stanley Cup championship. I hope I make it through this storm, guys. Wish us luck down here.
Well, Ari, it's rough up here as well. Definitely the storm of celebrations, but everyone is screaming. Everyone is excited to be here, Jackie.
We are celebrating the Cup here on NBC6 for our champions, the Florida Panthers. We're going to take a quick break in this rain, and we'll be right back with much more of our celebration.
First Alert Live Doppler on NBC6, South Florida's most accurate.
Well, we're starting to see the rain showers fill in across the area. We will continue to watch for the heavy rain into Broward County, right where the parade route is. You can see how much moisture there is, and we are getting in on some lightning. One pocket of rain that has the lightning just off the coast, moving onshore just at and south of Fort Lauderdale, and then the other pocket back out towards Coral Springs and headed into places like Tamarack. That's where that next bout of rain is. There's more rain off to the north. Everything is pretty much moving from north to south. There is a little bit of an easterly component that's helping push showers and all that moisture from the ocean onshore. But as we turn on First Alert Live Doppler, you can see just where the heaviest of that moisture is. This is looping over the last hour, zooming in specifically into Fort Lauderdale, where the A1A. Notice where we're seeing that heavy bout of moisture. Right where the parade route is, all of that rain is just to the south. We're on the north end of that intense pocket of rain, headed all the way down into Harbor Beach at this point. Notice as we go a little further south, you can see a lot of rain associated with it. We're getting in on 1 to 2 inch rainfall rates per hour. So if this pocket were to sit for an hour, we could start to see some ponding. It's going to continue to move inland and move further south, so we do have to get on the backside of that system, but there is more rain and some frequent lightning just off the coast. Good news is, as we're looking at this particular storm cell moving on shore, it is continuing to weaken just a little bit. So all of those heavier reds and deep oranges, notice they're becoming lighter oranges. Still though, heavy and moderately steady rainfall associated with this. And then of course the lightning that we're seeing off to the north from Coral Springs, like I mentioned, down into Tamarack, Sunrise, seeing that pocket of heavy rain. We're likely to possibly see this kind of connect. Once you get these big pockets of energy, they tend to merge. So I would not be surprised if we started to see it really start to fill in just south of Fort Lauderdale and push down into southern Broward County and eventually Miami-Dade. But right where that parade route is, that's where we are seeing that heavy bout of moisture right now. You can see the forecast model, Future Tracker, showing exactly that, the two cells eventually merging and continuing to push south. But once we get on the backside of it, we still have a chance for 1 or 2 more showers to work through these areas, but that should all continue to move south throughout the rest of the afternoon and evening. But for now, things are just getting started in the Broward County area, and that will continue to be in our forecast even into the next several days. Scattered showers in the possibility of localized flooding. Speaking of localized flooding, it is in our forecast, but notice where that chance for flooding sets up. Mainly inland Broward, inland Miami-Dade. Although we will see those showers continue to push onshore Broward, Miami-Dade, a lot of the heaviest of the rain should continue to stay inland, and we'll have several rounds of that. But we are definitely going to keep our eyes on the radar. If anything turns severe, we'll keep you updated. For now, we're just watching that isolated pocket really starting to fill in right along the parade route and south.
All right, Chelsea, thank you. So obviously you saw the rain coming down. You can see what it looks like on the ground. We're going to give our crews out there, out in the elements, a quick break. But meantime, NBC6 anchor Roxanne Vargas was able to catch up with former Panther Bill Lindsay. Let's take a listen to that.
Bill Lindsay, it's here. It's here. Over 3 decades we've been waiting for this moment. Billy, how you feeling?
Unbelievable. Surreal this whole time since they won the Stanley Cup. And what a team, gutsy effort all the way down the organization, and realize a dream since you're 5 years old. You've been waiting to hold this thing, and finally get the chance because of that wonderful, wonderful group of men on the ice.
And let's talk about that group of men on the ice. I don't want to talk about the group of men that you played with on the ice. I've seen some jerseys out here, Jovanovski, Niedermeyer. It's nostalgic. I remember the Rats. I remember when we went for that play. I remember when you were on the ice. And you're still part of it in a different way. But to finally hoist that Stanley Cup. Talk to me about the camaraderie with the team back then in '96 and the team celebrating here today.
So that's what you have to have. You have to have that brotherhood in the locker room. You have to be able to trust that guy beside you explicitly. If you look at Scrudlin, Mellenby, all those guys were working so hard that if you went home at night, your fear of failure wasn't for yourself. It was because that guy's working so hard. And then you become all for one, one for all. And that's when good teams become great. We didn't get the mountaintop, but that's what this team, a lot of what you see on the ice is that brotherhood that's developed behind the scenes. You have to have that, because when they go out there, it starts with the captain, Barkov, and then it just filters clear on down throughout the lineup, the dedication and the passion. that you have to reach the pinnacle, it takes on everyone, every single person in that room pulling on the rope in the same direction.
But I want to talk to you, not just the fan, but the player, the culmination of this team. And really, hockey's in your blood. You played it, and here you are on the other side of it. What has this moment meant for you from the series, Game 7, the saves, the second goal, counting down, hoisting the trophy, and then being here on Rio Mar and A1A right here with thousands of fans lining the street?
So you've been dreaming of this your whole life, since you're 5 years old, of the Stanley Cup. And as a player, you regret it when you're done. It hurts that you've never had a Stanley Cup. Only chance is to be with an organization. I came back in broadcasting with an organization, a city, a fan base that I love to the core. So that's what this was. I never watched a celebration since I retired. I couldn't. I had to turn the TV off. We're in Vegas the other day. I broadcast and turned my chair around. It hurt too much to watch it, and to be here to celebrate it. My dad was able to hang on to us. So he's old, 93. He's living with me. My wife, my family. Just to cherish that and soak it all in because of it's hard to really describe and to put into words. But this fan base in this city has been so incredible. With all my heart, I love them to death. I love this franchise, and we got the beach, we got the Intercoastal, we got everything you want in the sun. One of the best places in the world to play, and we got the Stanley Cup champion.
Really, I have to ask you about that because, I mean, we've seen so many unique celebrations, right, when you have the Stanley Cup from different teams, but I don't think we've ever seen Lord Stanley take a dip in the Atlantic Ocean, right, or on the corner at Elbow Room. How these guys have really just shared the moment with the fans, with the community, and yeah, the Stanley Cup is on the sand. That's pretty unique, right?
Yeah, let's take it out. When you win, and I will put hockey players up against anyone, when you fill a cup up, they can drink beer, and they can drink beer for days. Good old Canadians, Finland, wherever you want. They can share with all the fans, and you just let out all your joy, and they've been able to take that stamp. That's the best part of it. You earned it. You earned it. You get to share it with the people. You get to go on and have a 5-6 days with no sleep, and it's going to be the best experience that you ever had. And watching some of the parties and all the boys, let her loose, boys. You earned it.
How did you spend your time with the Cup?
Mr. Viola ownership was graciously enough to invite me down to the practice rink with my dad, and got to spend some time with Viola, Bill Zito, the GM, Paul Maurice, the coach, everyone involved. That's where it started, with Mr. Viola at the top, and it's a whole family. From training staff to everyone. So had my time at the practice rink to bring my wife, bring my dad with all our jerseys, and finally lift that thing over my head. And it's heavy. It's heavy. So I did it for about 10-15 minutes, and I told my wife I got to start lifting some more weights because my shoulders were burning at night. I was like, holy cow! When these guys are done, shoulder exercises, they don't got to start. They're good. They're good to go.
Really, real quick before I let you go, we have fans that have been part of this fan base since '93, since '96. We have new fans here lining A1A. So what is your message to the fans, to all the Panther fans?
Thank you for sticking with us, and the new generation of fans. I'm glad you got to see this. It was some down years, it was hard times, but you stuck through the good, you stuck through the bad. All 6 of us. This is a hell of a 6 out here, isn't it? One of the biggest 6. So thank you. You have to fail in life, right? You fail, you're going to have to get up. There is no other way. But if you do not get stuck in failure, great speech one time, fail forward, keep going. President's Trophy, Stanley Cup, you lose, but keep pushing. And if you learn from those failures and keep going, great things happen in life. So this really, what happens here with all our fans, this resembles life. You get up off the mat, keep putting yourself out there, do the best that you absolutely can in the moment. And if you failed in the past, what did I learn? Move forward, and here, today you get the championship.
Here we are. Bill Lindsay, go get in line. I know you have to be a part of. Congratulations.
Thank you.
Thank you so much for your time. Amazing. Bill Lindsay,
one of the great voices, one of the great players, and now behind the scenes of the organization, Bill Lindsay, one of the Panther greats, sharing some of his time, reflection, and words of wisdom as he gets ready to celebrate our champions right here, lining up a Rio Mar and A1A to celebrate our champions. Back to you guys.
All right, let's take a look at that parade route. The parade kicks off again at 11 a.m. on A1A, and Rio Mar Street. It's going to work its way down A1A to Southeast 5th Street, where the big stage is set up for that ceremony. Now, we do want to check in with NBC6's Lena Salzbank. She was on that bus earlier this morning, taking fans down to the beach to get ready to celebrate this championship parade.
Way to the Panthers parades. How excited is everybody? Now, there are a bunch of different parking options and a bunch of different modes of transportation, but I think collectively we have all decided that this is the best bus to be on. I'm here with Andreas. She's telling me that she woke up pretty early to get here today?
Yep, at about 5:30 in the morning.
And I mean, how has it been? Has it been pretty smooth sailing?
So far, yes. We got up pretty early. We're super duper excited. We're here finally for the parade, so we had to get up. It felt like we're getting up for Disney World, basically.
And there's a lot of camaraderie out here. Again, a lot of different modes of transportation, a lot of different parking options. Take a look at your screen for some more parking options. You have Park and Go, which means you could park and walk over to the parade. You can do that from garages like the Gallerina Mall, Birch State Park, Bonnet House Museum and Gardens, Las Olas Garage, and downtown Las Olas Business District. Then there's Park and Boat, which began at 7 a.m. from places like the Broward County Convention Center and the downtown Las Olas Business District. And Park and Ride options, where you could park at places like the Heron Parking Garage and get a shuttle service to the parade. Now, these shuttles were running in a continuous loop to the event site from 7 a.m. till 10 a.m. They will pick back up from 2 p.m. to 5 p.m. and bring fans back to the parking facilities. They will operate out of the Broward Convention Center, which can be accessed from Eisenhower Drive. Make sure to pack your patience, though. Wait times could get longer as more fans show up.
I was a little worried at first, but then I saw this on Twitter and I was like, oh, this will be perfect. There's a shuttle, free parking, and you can't beat that.
And city officials are still urging everybody to look at their rideshare options, to carpool, because it is expected to be very busy out there on the roads and also in those parking garages. So pack your patience today, because it's going to be a little bit busy out there and a little bit hectic. Back to you.
I'm Juwan Strader along with Jackie Nesbro, and we continue the Florida Panthers victory celebration in the Stanley Cup that they want to celebrate with all the fans in the first victory parade for your Florida Panthers in franchise history, the 30-year history, which makes it so special. We just want to give you a little scene setter here. It has been raining, Jackie. It's been lightning and everything else, but things are letting up a little bit. You're taking an aerial look, an aerial view from Chopper 6, a look at the parade route, the crowds, which you see that they haven't let up at all, Jackie. They're still out here.
Boy, they haven't. They showed up early in the thousands, and as you can see from Chopper 6, we're the only chopper up here with this kind of view. You can see thousands upon thousands, and the rain has not stopped them. They are celebrating this huge win, this historic win for the Florida Panthers. And you know, we talk about the rats, right? The significance of the rats. Why did that happen, right? And Mellenby, he found a rat, he hit it with his stick, he killed it, and then that same game, he scored several goals with that same stick. There are some fans here that are with us. They have been fans since day one, and I want to bring them here. Ruben Sr., Ruben Jr., Rainieri. Hi, Ruben. So tell us about the significance of that chain.
So the significance of this chain for me is I've always been a fan since I was a little kid. Game 7 for me was probably the most special one. Obviously, you know, winning the cup, it's a great honor. It's a great thing to watch this team. But for this rat, I had actually made sure that everyone before me got a rat, just because if you go to my house, you guys will see there's rats to the roof. So
not the real ones, right?
Not the real rats. No, not the real ones. Trust me, we don't need to call Scott Mellenby to the house. But for the chain one, I find it funny because I think the coolest rat of all of them that I got for my very most important game was probably the coolest rat that I've had. So I've had it throughout the weekend. We've been taking pictures. So we're calling it the Adventures of the Rat. And I can't be more happy with it. I think it's awesome.
We got a lot of fans up there. Hi, guys.
Yeah, we do have a lot of fans. We got Ruben Rainieri, your father here, and you know, it's interesting. You're talking about the tradition. You showed me even a picture about how special. He said this is how traditions are made. You've been following the Florida Panthers from the very beginning. You were there at the Miami Arena, and you were there, and talk about the importance of tradition.
Well, the whole thing is with your son and building the tradition so that years from now, I've always told him, we're not going to stop going to these events. I just got to buy more tickets for his family and their families and their families. And, you know, the rat, it was an on-ice rat. After the game, they give them to the fans that come and get them. You know, I used to go to the Miami Arena and buy the Panther pack. The 10 o'clock in the morning, had to get the ticket. And now to be celebrating this with my son, it's something that you will never forget.
Well, we're never going to forget this either. And, of course, the fact that you came here for the parade to celebrate in this weather. Yep. You guys are true fans, and we appreciate you. And I know the Florida Panthers, they've been talking about, a lot of the players, the coach, about the significance of the fans in this series. For them, it was make or break, and you guys are a big part of that. So thank you for joining us here today.
Thank you for having us. Welcome. And the reality is this is Miami.
Right.
You wait 10 minutes, it's going to be sunny again.
Yes,
but
that's what we hope.
Nothing can rain on this parade because after 30 years, after many games, after all the playoff games, and my son and I get to celebrate a Stanley Cup coming down A1A. I mean, how can it be better?
Yeah.
Nothing is going to rain on this parade.
Nothing at all.
We really appreciate you guys. Thank you so much.
Thank you, guys. Hey, you know, Juwan, it was not an easy road to get to the final. You know, first it was Tampa, then it was Boston, then it was New York, and then finally Edmonton Oilers. And, you know, after those first 3 wins, everybody thought, okay, we have this in the bag, but that was not the case. And Game 7, history was going to be made either for us or against us. And it was for us. And now the Florida Panthers are the Stanley Cup champions.
Yeah, you know, that's what makes it so special. And you got to think about it. We were either going to be on the right side of history, Jackie, or the wrong side of history. And thank goodness we're on the right side of history and celebrating the first in franchise history. You talk about what it took to get to this point. And you've seen many upsets over your years covering sports and covering the Marlins, who did something very special.
Right.
And we saw what happened with the Cubs being on the wrong side of history with that. So it's special to South Florida, and the fact that it is the Florida Marlins, it is the first for the franchise, and now we have all of our sports teams that have celebrated a championship here in South Florida.
And you know what? We may be on the wrong side of the weather right now because we're getting so. Let's go to Chelsea to tell us, when is this going to let up? Chelsea.
Man, Jackie, it's really starting to fill in across South Florida, from Broward even into Miami-Dade. There is quite a bit of lightning, though, further inland. You can see where the heaviest of the pockets pockets are across Broward County and Miami-Dade. Miami was in for it early this morning. Now it's Broward County's turn. You can see lightning pretty much from Palm Beach County all the way down the 75 corridor. Frequent lightning, heavy rain. Fort Lauderdale dealing with that pocket, that isolated pocket that's now moving on shore. Lightning has dissipated along the beach fronts, and like I mentioned about 15 minutes ago, notice how they're starting to merge, the two cells. So this storm cell that's inland is going to try and take all the energy that's out there. So hopefully we can get some breaks in it right now, but we're not done. There's also more moisture coming in from the north and all of the moisture that's out into the Atlantic Ocean. So there's a lot of moisture to work with that the atmosphere is trying to wring out. And unfortunately, it's wringing it out right over that parade route. And you can see even behind and to the north of that original line, we're starting to see additional development. Once you start these showers and they really start to merge, it's going to continue to fill in. And so again, as of right now, there's no lightning along the A1A, but there is intense and heavy rainfall, pretty much from Fort Lauderdale all the way down the coastal areas. And notice those oranges and reds. It is weakening just a little bit compared to what it was out in the open waters, but it is still heavy and it is still steady across these areas. Not just there, but again, as you work your way inland. And so I've turned on First Alert Live Doppler from Fort Lauderdale all the way back to the coast. We're watching that heavy rain. It's going to continue to slowly but surely move from north to south across our area. This is where the bulk of the action is, from Coral Springs to Sunrise and then across the 595 corridor. But overall, there is still the chance that this continues to fill in over the next hour or so and then finally push further south. So we're not in the clear just yet, but there is some drier, or at least breaks in the action. As one storm moves out, you'll see some dry time and then more in the forecast. But this is really just kind of getting started, and then we'll see that finally push further south. There is a chance for flooding further inland, not along the coastal areas today, but hey, we know how South Florida downpours are. Anytime you get in on a 1 to 2 inch per hour rainfall rate, meaning if the storm were to sit for 1 hour, it can lead to flooding, and it can even lead to ponding, and something that we're seeing already across these areas. So that's what we're going to be watching for. Live view over Hollywood Beach, it's still coming, or excuse me, live view over Fort Lauderdale Beach, it's still coming down out there. And hey, temperatures are still being felt about 5 to 10 degrees warmer out there when you factor in the field light conditions. Fort Lauderdale still feels like about 95 to 100 degrees, even though air temperatures are cooled by this rain. But let's take you back out to coverage with Giselle. Giselle, what are the fans thinking of all the downpours?
Chelsea, I'm telling you right now, it is still a party down here on the sand, right in front of the stage. And yes, it's raining, but they do not care. I'm actually going to step out of the way because I think actually more fans joined and became a party with everybody just together and mingling inside the tents. The people that have tents here, they have their umbrellas as they wait for the celebration to begin. I was talking to a couple of fans and they're like, we do not care. This is history. They are making history with this rain too, because nothing's going to rain on their parade as they celebrate the Florida Panthers. And you see right there, there's a girl walking around with a fake cup. Everybody, it's incredible to see how everyone's been together, rain or shine. Everybody right now just talking, having a good time. And that's the beauty about Celebration Championships. Everybody who's excited for this? See, I'm telling you, it's pretty incredible. The rain not stopping anybody because they are here to witness history. They are here to see their team. So many people that I've talked to that didn't get a chance to make out and go out to the games, but they're here supporting in the parade, and it doesn't stop them. The weather, they are ready. You got little Ethan down there too. He's down there hyping up the crowd as well. Because again, hockey, and even as we've seen the players celebrate with the cup, they are integrating, and they have told us time and time again, it is about the fans. It is about the support that they have received from this community, from the fans at the arena, from the fans at away parties, and it's all showing up here as they get ready. I'm telling you, look, I'm not a meteorologist. I can only go by what's happening right now, and it's pouring. But it is a little refreshing. Well, one of the things is it doesn't stop anybody here as they stay so excited, getting ready to celebrate the Florida Panthers as they made history winning their first Stanley Cup. And I know Jackie and Joanne, they were talking about how hard the path was. Remember, the Eastern Conference is one of the hardest divisions in hockey in general. It's the hardest conference. They were Atlantic Division champs, back-to-back Eastern Conference champion, back-to-back Stanley Cup final appearances, and they got the job done, winning it as 7. And I know this is something most people don't know. The players in Canada, the ones that aren't playing in the game, they actually sit in press row show. And seeing their nerves going through back and forth for Game 6, they were jumping up and down in this press box and supporting their team that were on the ice, and they all got to celebrate as they got the job done in Game 7 and now can call themselves Stanley Cup champions forever. And that's the beauty of it, because we talk about the cup, those names are engraved forever as they get stamped on, their names, the history of their families. We heard Matthew Tkachuk after the game in the Game 7, he said, having my father's name on here too. His father, Keith Tkachuk, never won a cup, but knowing that they made that accomplishment for their team, for this city, for this franchise is truly, really special. And we will continue all this coverage celebrating the cup, the championship celebration. I gotta look at the time because I think the parade starts less than 30 minutes away as they get things started here in Fort Lauderdale, where I'm telling you, the rain isn't stopping these people. They are ready to party, and they are partying underneath the tents and umbrellas. They do not care. And we'll continue this coverage right here on NBC6. Stay with us.
3 seconds to go. The Florida Panthers have won the Stanley Cup.
Well, the Florida Panthers certainly reign, and on this Sunday, parade day, as we celebrate our champions, we mean that quite literally. They did say rain or shine. Hey, what's a party in South Florida without a little bit of rain, huh? I mean, you can't make this up, folks. There you go. You guys need an umbrella? No, we don't need an umbrella, right? These are hardcore fans, folks. I'm Roxanne Vargas coming to you from the very start of the parade. This is Rio Mar and A1A, and I can tell you from the eyes can see there are people along the barricades there. Of course, we see Fort Lauderdale Police Department in full force in every single corner here, keeping us safe. And we could see fans drenched, but we don't care, right? Yeah, we don't care. How you feeling? Who are you looking out for?
Matthew Tkachuk.
Matthew Tkachuk, right? How you guys doing?
Good. Let's go Panthers.
Another Vuvuzela. Give me some Vuvuzela action. There you go. I mean, the only thing that would top this party is the Stanley Cup in the ocean. Oh, wait, that already happened on Tuesday, right? An incredible celebration. I want to walk on over. If you please allow me to show you. Hey, guys. Let me show you. Let me take you to the other side of A1A. Guys, this is insane. How you doing?
I'm cold and I'm wet.
But do you care, though, is the question.
No, I don't care.
Hurry, awesome. It's not hot. It's about 84 degrees right now. Let's go, Panthers! Dude, the beard, though.
Oh, thank you. I've been growing it for a while. I've been growing it since I was 12.
Yeah, but you can't make this. Oh! So that's Fort Lauderdale PD getting the crowd rowdy and getting everybody chanting along. Let's go, Panthers. All right, if you take a look way down here, this is A1A, and again, I'm right at Rio Mar. You can see, which I'm assuming is the players lined up. I see some heads. It's kind of hard to see exactly, but we do see the lights. We do see Fort Lauderdale Rescue, Fire Rescue. We've seen Fort Lauderdale SWAT, Sunrise Police, fans from all over. It's really been incredible. Some folks from Delaware who I spoke to as we were trying to take cover. And earlier today, before the rain came in, I spoke with a family from Orlando. They've been Panther fans since the inaugural year in '93, and they were not going to miss out the celebration. So take a listen to our chat with them earlier today.
Let's go! Good morning!
We even brought our own music here, which is how you roll when you're coming all the way from Orlando. Introduce me. Who do we have here?
Tim.
Larry Slater.
Ian.
And you guys came from?
Orlando.
From Orlando. All right, let me come over here. So tell me, from Orlando, but you're born and reared here in South Florida?
Yeah, born here in South Florida, in Fort Lauderdale, and been a fan with the Panthers since first season. So I've been waiting 30 years for this.
You know, I heard that the Panthers actually won the Stanley Cup for your birthday, because I'm assuming today is your birthday.
And it's what better way to say this is probably my best birthday celebration ever.
So the decision to get in the car and bring the family down several hours
to celebrate. Automatic, yeah. As soon as we saw them win the cup, we jumped on and started finding out about plans for the parade and booked a room here at a hotel, and yeah, it was on. And we're gonna miss it.
You wouldn't miss it. Lyris, you got the flag and everything, right?
Yeah, baby. I love the Panthers. Married him and he made me a fan.
Hey, happy wife, happy husband, happy life. All right, let's talk to the whole family. You even got the turnover chain, which when you're talking cat territory, rat territory, right? Wait a second, you got a signed jersey. Who's that?
Yeah, this is the original jersey from the 90s. Old
jersey from a 90s.
So it's part of the original team.
It's kind of fading.
It might be Bill Lindsay or...
Bill Lindsay. Bill Lindsay's here, and I've seen a bunch of jerseys. Jovanovski, Niedermeyer, which...
faded.
Right? Yep. Let me see. Give me a turnaround. Look at that. The OG jersey, right? We've been
this
waiting.
shirt, too. That's from the 90s also.
It's a 93
yeah, it's
shirt.
original.
Vintage.
Yeah.
First season.
It says the 93 year right there.
The inaugural year. So the fans, we've been waiting.
That's right.
From 3 decades for this moment.
Yeah.
So how are you feeling?
I'm feeling great. I'm excited.
I mean, hey, all the way from Orlando. So that when we were talking about hundreds of thousands of people, it was folks like you all that got in the car and packed it down.
Yep, absolutely. Everybody's got to come. Yeah, got to show support. We all been waiting for this.
All right, let's go.
Wouldn't miss it.
All right, let's go, Cats. All right, guys.
All right, go
Get it celebrate.
Go Panthers.
All right, it is 10:50. I was just checking the time. Parade's supposed to start at in 10 minutes at 11 a.m. The pipes and drums just took their spots there. We've seen them going in and out, so that's been exciting. They've been hyping out the crowd as well. I got rid of my umbrella because I'm just one of the Panther fans. And you know, one person who did tell us to make sure we had an umbrella handy or a poncho. First alert meteorologist Larissa Abreu, who joins me. Larissa, we've been dodging the weather, but at least it's cooler, right? If not, we'd be dealing with a blistering sun in the heat.
It's so much cooler here, and shout out to Baptist Health. They hooked me up with a poncho, and that's what's been keeping me semi-dry. But it is raining, a little bit drizzly here. It's raining, it is a lot cooler. Thankfully for that, right? But that's not stopping the Panthers fans.
No, not at all. You've been chatting with the little Panther fans, right? The youngins?
Yes, and they were so excited. Everyone knew their names. and everyone's numbers. So all of the jersey numbers, all of the players' names and numbers, and it was incredible. And on cue, you cue the meteorologist, and it's raining hard again.
Keep the umbrella, keep the umbrella. All right, well, thank you so much. Again, shout out to Fort Lauderdale Police hanging out with us, not just on the sides and on the streets, keeping us safe, but keeping us dry as well. But really, honestly, just for all of our viewers watching at home and watching online across our digital platforms, in spite of the rain, the feeling out here is electric. It is incredible. All of the hardcore fans, whether you're a new bandwagon fan who just jumped on board last year when we made it to the Stanley Cup finals, didn't clinch the win, we did get it this year, and it's been incredible to meet the new fans and to speak with the fans who have been season ticket holders since '93, who were there to see them fall to the Avalanche in '96 when they made that run, to see those Rats hit the ice and to see the Rats come back. The Rat Pack indeed. It's really amazing. The energy is amazing. And a little bit of rain on parade day, maybe that's good luck.
And everyone keeps saying, this is South Florida, so of course it's going to rain.
Of course it's going to rain. So look, I guess everybody's starting to take their place. We're going to keep checking in. All the fans are here. Guys, you're live on TV again. I told you it was electric. I'm not just saying it. I'm showing you as well. This is Derek and his family. They lined up here at 4:30 in the morning to make sure they got a spot. Prime location here.
Let's go, Cavs, baby. Let's go. Rain or shine, we here, baby. Let's go.
All right, we're gonna get our spot on the parade train as they go ahead and get ready to start. Let's go ahead and send it into First Alert meteorologist Chelsea Ambrees, who is in the studio, keeping dry but keeping us informed with the weather out here.
I know, at least it's not lightning where you guys are. There is a ton of lightning further inland, and you can see where all of those lightning strikes are. Here at our studios, the lightning flashes and the rumbles or thunder are just as electric as the Panthers fans on the parade route. You can see in the last 15 minutes, just in the view that we see here, there's been over 100 lightning strikes, nearly 200 lightning strikes. You can see them here on the map. There is a flood advisory in play until 12:30 in those areas dealing with the most intense rainfall, but again, not over where the parade route is, although it is still pouring in that part of Broward County. Notice that those showers are really starting to fill in further south now. We're starting to see some breaks in places like Coral Springs, where the heaviest of the action started about an hour and a half ago. Over towards Pompano Beach, lighter rain starting to take over, but notice right over Fort Lauderdale still dealing with some of that heavy rain. This is all moving from north to south, so Oakland Park down to Fort Lauderdale, heaviest of pocket working in. That's where those reds and deep oranges are. This is going to continue to work inland, and as it does so, maybe fall apart just a little bit more, but overall there's a lot of moisture off the coast. You can see here there are about 3 or 4 lightning strikes with a pocket of several miles off the coast, but we are unfortunately going to be battling the off and on rain throughout this area for the next couple of hours. Notice that as you get south and along the 95 corridor into southern Broward, not seeing quite as much rain. So this is all going to push further south, eventually moving out of the area. But we still have about an hour or so to go through before that is finally out of the parade route area. And then we'll be dodging a shower or two continuing in these locations as we go through the rest of our day today. Flooding concerns are elevated just with how heavy the rain is in a short amount of time in these areas, just kind of round after round. There's also more shower activity to our north. Notice West Palm Beach dealing with some heavy rain. So as one pocket moves away, the atmosphere will stabilize, then we'll recharge it. Any breaks to the sun that we saw right before we went on the air around 10 a.m., we started to see some breaks to that sun. It fueled all of this pocket, all of this rain that's still working through the area. As we look further south again, notice Miami. We're seeing a break in some of that action, but we did have that heavy rain that prompted a flood advisory closer to the 8 o'clock hour. So we'll have off and on downpours, but at least we'll still try and get the parade in. Notice as we get closer to the noon and 1 o'clock time frame, some of the heaviest of the rain pushes back into Miami, out of Fort Lauderdale, and then that will move away through the rest of the afternoon, but not completely taking out a chance for 1 or 2 more showers to charge as we go through these areas. But like I mentioned, there is still the elevated flooding flooding threat, especially in these areas highlighted in green. So not necessarily along the coastal areas, but we know South Florida, heavy rain, short amount of time, 2-3 inch per hour rainfall rates easily leads to flooding concerns, especially on our streets that are prone to flooding. So we're likely to see some ponding anytime we get in on those downpours that work on shore. Not only that, temperatures are being rain cooled in some spots. Fort Lauderdale current temperature 79, still feels closer to that 80-85 degree mark with that humidity in place though. So we are going to be dealing with some breaks in the heat and humidity with that rain cooled air, but it is still going to stay active across these locations. Notice the live view over Fort Lauderdale Beach where we have the downpours coming through. Fort Lauderdale feels like 82, and that active weather is still going to stick around for the next couple of hours off and on. So again, the bulk of the action as we're looking back at our radar here is going to continue to push further inland. Pause this here. Again, so much lightning further away from the coast, but unfortunately we'll be dodging a couple more rounds of that heavy rain a little while longer right along the Fort Lauderdale parade route as we continue through the rest of the morning and into the afternoon. We're going to be watching this flood advisory, Fort Lauderdale not included, but again, it's still staying active. But I do want to send things over to Shernay. Shernay.
All right, Chelsea, Roxy said it best already. The Panthers rain, and yeah, it's raining down, unfortunately, on the parade. But hey, spirits are still high. People are still excited. You can see police officers right there, also the crowd lined up along A1A. So this parade is supposed to step off along Rio Mar Street and A1A, ending on Southeast 5th Street with a rally and ceremony. But again, all those fans are still out there. Hundreds lined up along A1A under the umbrellas, under tents, whatever they can. We just saw from Maurice Baptist Health, it sounds like, handing out some ponchos because, again, it's raining. But spirits are high, people are excited, and there's a lot to see. You are watching the NBC6 coverage of the Panthers Stanley Cup Championship Parade, and our coverage continues right after this.
This is what a win looks like in the 954.
For the OG fans,
what a treat and what a wonderful gift they gave us.
It's been 30 years in the making.
This is a monumental moment in my life. I have been here since day one of my birth.
Hundreds of games and countless shots taken.
Always, whether it's pressure on both sides, it doesn't matter.
All building up to that one moment.
The Florida Panthers
On the road to redemption, they met the doubters and the believers.
We do have ice here. It does get cold here in our arena, and we also have a cup. So how you like us now?
They clawed, scratched, and roared their way into sports history.
My dad's name's on the Stanley Cup with all his heroes.
Now your Florida Panthers are the champions of hockey.
They give us a hard battle, so we deserve it. This is our goal as a kid, and best moment of my life, all of our lives.
And today, South Florida is celebrating the cup.
It is today. Today's the day. We're celebrating the cup with the Florida Panthers. We did say rain or shine, and it is raining today. But the thousands of fans who have showed up here to Fort Lauderdale Beach to watch their Florida Panthers, they're so excited, as so are we. And this is the beginning of the parade, the victory parade for the Florida Panthers.
Yeah, you know, rain or shine, hey, listen, it could be fitting for South Florida, right? I mean, that's what we're all about. We're about the hurricanes. We know, rain or shine, we live in paradise. This comes with the territory, so this is what we're going to do. We are going to come out here, we're going to celebrate the victory no matter what, and that's exactly what we're doing. We're expecting still 300,000 fans or so. Many have already arrived here. They've been out here since early this morning setting up. Many of them come out to celebrate history, and that's what it's all about, Jackie.
History in the making that happened just last week. They waited until Sunday so that more people could come.
All right, it looks like we're having some trouble, of course. Weather, unfortunately, playing its role as well at the championship parade. So we're going to give our crews out there, out in the elements, a little break. But take a look. This is what's happening. The Florida Panthers championship parade has officially, it looks like, started with police leading the way as well. So our cameras are getting a glimpse. I know it's a little, it's wet out there, so the camera lens got some droplets of water there as well. But you can see all the fans already lined up right there along A1A, rain or shine. And of course, it's raining, unfortunately, but hey, the Panthers rain as well, right? So let's talk about this championship parade. It's expected to step off again along A1A and Rio Mar Street. It's expected to make its way down Rio Mar Street, all the way down A1A, excuse me, to Southeast 5th Street. That is where the big stage is set up for a ceremony. And we saw the crowds already with the ceremony as well. People, it doesn't matter, even though there's rain, people are partying already on the beach. We've already seen some folks with, you know, their whistles. We've seen other things, some folks out there with their beer, just really excited. We've got the banner right here on your screen as well. Looks like a bus is just pulling up as well. But I mean, this is an exciting moment for South Florida, for the 954, for the 305, for all of us really, because this is our first NHL championship, our first NHL championship parade. So the rain, regardless, we're going to keep it going. We're going to continue celebrating that Stanley Cup. And let's talk about the Stanley Cup too. Obviously, I'm expecting to see the Stanley Cup here during this championship parade as they continue to set up the Cup. We know the Cup has seen a lot of action since the Panthers have won. More action than many of us will see in an entire year. I mean, it's been pretty crazy. We've seen the Cup make its way to the elbow room. People were pouring beer. Our Panthers players were pouring beer from the Cup to the fans down below. We also saw the Cup at 11, right? A very big staple in Miami. You got to see the championship banner here as well. We also saw the Cup filled with spaghetti. So we've seen the Cup in many different places and all over our area. We're going to see the Cup again, taking in this rain, unfortunately. But again, it's a day of celebration. It is a day of joy, regardless of all the rain here you see on your screen. So once again, if you're just now joining us, we are following along with the Stanley Cup Championship Parade. If you haven't left your house yet, I encourage you to just sit right there and watch along with us, because the roads are closed right now and you can see all the rain. It's gonna be a lot of traffic and just gonna be crazy getting down to Fort Lauderdale Beach, where that parade is about to begin. Again, the parade stepping off, supposed to be stepping off at 11 a.m. Looks like it should start any moment now. It looks like they're getting kind of the finishing touches on it. Again, it's stepping off along Rio Mar Street and A1A, ending on Southeast 5th Street with a rally, with a ceremony, and so much more. Just a lot of excitement. I mean, folks are already bringing out their phones, as you see here, even in the rain. So just, it's really, it's history in the making. So it's a history making moment. We got some, looks like cheerleaders stepping off the bus. We got the rally towels, and take a look. This is the stage. This is what we're talking about. This is where the parade will end. You can see all those umbrellas. People are already lined up, getting their perfect spot, waiting to see the players take the cup and take the stage. And of course, hear from the coach, more than likely, hear from Matthew Tkachuk, people who are excited about seeing him as well. So again, we're just waiting to see as they step off or get ready for this championship parade. Hundreds still lined up, hiding under whatever they can, hiding under umbrellas, hiding under tents in some cases. We've got kids out in the rain. I mean, honestly, I've been in a parade in the rain and it's fun, so it makes it more exciting. We do want to go to the beginning of the parade route now and check in with Roxy. She is live. She's been talking to all the fans. She's taking in all the water as well, but the excitement, that's keeping you dry, right? The excitement.
Yes, and my NBC6 and Telemundo 51 raincoat is keeping my Tkachuk shirt dry. You know what? You can bookmark this as one of the most amazing chapters in South Florida history. Wait a second, in the history of our state. First Alert meteorologist Larissa Abreu is here. We've been braving the rain, and it's kind of awesome. I got to tell you, covering it, it's a little complicated because we want to make sure we're staying in communication with all of you at home, watching on the comfort of your couch, dry, and watching our live stream as well. But the energy here is infectious. I want to go ahead and talk to the people. Larissa, follow us. You, sir, with an OG Panther jersey. How you doing? How you doing?
Outstanding. What a way to go, right? Yeah! Yeah!
How you feeling?
Outstanding. So happy.
Even in the midst of the rain.
Y que sea, que siga más.
Ah, habla español.
Pues claro que sí.
¿De dónde eres? Where are you from?
Mexicano.
Mexicano.
Sí.
So, the hockey is a language that we all speak. Todos hablamos el idioma de hockey, ¿verdad?
Sí, claro.
Absolutely. Wait, it's so great to meet you.
Very, very nice to meet you.
Great.
Next time, open up the whole shirt.
I have a lot of gear. I'm trying to keep dry. Thank you so much. How you guys doing? Hey, how are you? Come, let's talk. We were supposed to start. Oh boy. Okay. So 11:10. We were supposed to start at 11. We're just running on South Florida time. How you guys doing? How do you feel about this match?
Rain or shine.
Even your Panther tattoo is making it. I know. That is awesome. How you doing? How you guys doing?
Great. Vamos Gatos! This is our Stanley Cup champions this year, baby. We didn't get it last year, but we got it this year. And they're right here.
Redemption. There you go. Redemption. That's what it's all about. Hey, bud, how you doing? Good. Are you? How do you feel about the rain, the parade, the Florida Panthers?
Good.
Yeah, I bet you do. That hat was hard to find. I was looking for one myself. You got it though. Who are you looking forward to seeing? Tkachuk. Yeah. It's pretty amazing. All right, it looks like we're about to get started here. So again, let me give you all a little situation here. We're at Rio Mar and A1A. This is the start. All right, we just got some thunder we just heard here. Not too sure about where it is in reference to that, but it is coming down. We just heard thunder for the first time. Rio Mar and A1A. This is the start of the parade. We have the Black Pearl pipes and drums. Brandon Brothers, Florida firefighters, also went up here to celebrate the Panthers. And I got to tell you, this chant, "Let's go Panthers," has been going all day, no matter what. Okay. All right. Okay, so everybody's kind of packing inside. We had some lightning here. So what we're going to do is we're going to send it back to you guys in studio. We're going to take some cover as we just heard some lightning and some thunder. I know. Right in the parade. We're going inside as well.
All right, Roxy, thank you. You know what? My dad always said that rain is kind of a blessing, and this is a day that has been a blessing, right? I mean, it's something that we have been waiting for 3 decades. Unfortunately, yes, we have the rain, so we do have to take caution and make sure that everybody's all safe. But People are out there still, rain or shine. People said that they were planning to come rain or shine. They already knew that this was a possibility and still stepping off as well. Hundreds you see here lined up along A1A, again, taking cover under whatever they can, under their umbrellas, under tents. Baptist Health, we heard from Larissa earlier, we're passing out some ponchos. So again, the celebration continues despite what we're seeing here on the roadways. So the celebration, I want to talk about the Stanley Cup, which we are waiting for, which we're expecting to see along with the players when they take that victory lap down A1A. The celebration, the Stanley Cup trophy, we've seen it hit so many places along South Florida or in and around our area. First, of course, it started in the locker room. That celebration we know lasted throughout the night. We also saw it move early in the morning to the elbow room. I believe it was early as like 9 a.m. and our Ari Odzer at the time talked to Matthew Tkachuk. He said he hadn't slept at the time, and so he continued the celebration, and fans who flooded the area, the elbow room, which is also along this parade route as well, they got a literal taste of victory as Matthew Tkachuk filled it with beer, poured that beer out of the Stanley Cup to the fans down below. So this has been just so much excitement surrounding this parade, just so much energy. We talked about folks who have been fans since the beginning season, 93. We've got some new fans, bandwagon fans. You know, people talk about bandwagon, but at the end of the day, this is great for the NHL because there's so many fans, there's new excitement, there's a new generation getting inspired and happy to see the Florida Panthers get this Stanley Cup. And I think it's really cool just seeing the national coverage on this as well, and so many eyes are on our area of South Florida, and just thinking about the fact that Florida as a whole has won 3 Stanley Cup titles. So it kind of feels like Florida is the new hockey town, hockey country, the whole state. But again, this is really exciting. Just seeing how many people have traveled down. We're hearing folks traveling down from places like Orlando. We're traveling from Tampa, traveling from other states as well. So there's a lot of love, a lot of support surrounding our Stanley Cup champions, your Florida Panthers. Again, if you're just joining us, we are taking you live to the parade route here, celebrating the Cats and their Stanley Cup championship. It all starts here along A1A and Rio Mar Street. It is expected to end on Southeast 5th Street with a rally, with a ceremony at Fort Lauderdale Beach Park. The city has encouraged anyone who wanted to come out there to carpool or rideshare. At this point, though, if you haven't made it out, just sit right there at home, grab your cup of coffee, grab your food, whatever you need, and just watch this unfold right here with us on NBC6. We're going to stick with you and continue our coverage throughout the parade route. So what we're looking at right now, it looks like some sort of maybe a cheerleading group or something along that lines that we can't really see, but with the banner, the championship celebration banner. So again, they're just getting things ready, getting things started to celebrate this parade. And you know, Roxy, we just heard from Roxy, she said it best earlier. Yes, the Panthers reign, and so now we're seeing the rain, literally. And so again, but the celebrations are still underway. This is history. This is the first time this has happened here in South Florida. So of course, we're going to continue the celebration and step off with the Florida Panthers coverage. Going back to the Stanley Cup, which again, we're expected to see that Stanley Cup here at this parade. I wanted to mention just all the places again that we've seen the Stanley Cup. The celebration again started in the locker room. We saw it move to the elbow room early in the morning. We saw the cup in the Atlantic Ocean get a lot of salty taste. We also saw it at Heritage as well, and saw folks eating pasta out of the Stanley Cup trophy. So again, it's just been a really exciting moment as well. So we do want to check back in with our sports reporter, Giselle Espinales, who is live in the middle of all the action and the rain, unfortunately. But you know, big smile on your face. There's still a lot of love and a lot of excitement out there.
Sure, Nate, that is absolutely right. I know you were talking about the cup. There's a party cup in this pit right now. You got the fans. You know, that's the part about it. I'm actually going to drop my umbrella. That's the best part about it. They do not care. I'm telling you right now, they are here to witness baby Stanley Cup that's partying. It's getting rain sounds. We also got fans. You're out here supporting your team, rain or shine. How special is this for you?
It's great. We've been waiting forever for this, so we're happy to have the cup here in South Florida, and it's just a little rain. We deal with this every day.
We deal with this every day, and that's the best part about being a South Floridian, that in the end, maybe 10 minutes from now, 30 minutes from now, it doesn't matter. They're going to be partying. That's why everyone's so excited. Look at everybody. We got the baby cup. It's a party down here. We are at the end of the parade. That's where the team will be. We got Ethan as well. Remember, guys, Ethan's the one that went viral through this. He's excited too. Ethan, how happy are you to be out here?
It's the greatest moment in my life!
I'm telling you. I don't know how this is going to be historic. Everybody here just talking about how excited it is to be here, witnessing history. I'm telling you, it is a party. We are here. These are not tears. These are tears of joy. We got the cup. We got the cup. It's incredible to see all the fans here, rain or shine, just getting ready for the team to make the stage, and I'm sure everybody else as well. Back to you guys.
Oh my goodness, so much excitement. That is awesome. Giselle, thank you so much. Again, one look at all those fans. There's so much excitement still surrounding this. You got the party cup there as well, and back to the parade route again, getting things started and waiting for that parade to start. So we were just talking before we checked in with Giselle about where the Stanley Cup has been. So again, it started in the locker room. That celebration inside there celebrated throughout the night. It moved early to the elbow room, which has now really been on the national stage. So many folks have been learning about the elbow room, an iconic staple in Fort Lauderdale. We also saw Matthew Tkachuk take a dip with Lord Stanley in the ocean, in the Atlantic Ocean. So just some iconic celebrations. We also saw the cup move to Heritage, another different experience. Florida Panthers special advisor Roberto Longo, he wasn't able to win the championship in his 19-year playing career after unfortunately falling in 2011 to the Boston Bruins. But you know what? The Boston Bruins, excuse me, that's all behind him because he was able to celebrate and enjoy a family dinner with his family with the championship trophy. We also saw the trophy move up to Pompano Beach, so it's really been all over our area. They took a trip with the trophy down 95, down to Miami to 11, partying the best way you can, Miami style. So this has really been just so exciting and really, really cool just to see. But again, what you're looking at on your screen, a bit of a delay it seems because of the rain. So I want to check back in with our first alert meteorologist, Chelsea Ambries, with a look at what we are expecting as the minutes, the moments continue.
I will say a lot of that intense lightning that we saw further inland has kind of back-built, and it's now right over Fort Lauderdale. So pausing the window here with what we can see in our camera view of radar right now, the last 15 minutes, there's been 234 lightning strikes. There's showers and thunderstorms just off the coast, again, right into Fort Lauderdale. Notice that all the heaviest is kind of pushing right into downtown Fort Lauderdale, Oakland Park. In this camera view, about 50 lightning strikes within the last 15 minutes. Notice though, we are starting to see some lighter pockets just off the coast, and the heaviest is pushing just further south. So what we are going to be watching for is the atmosphere to finally get worked over, and that will help bring in some stabilization. Overcast skies, maybe some misty rain, but it is still pouring in these areas. If we zoom out just a bit more, I don't want to forget that we have a flood advisory in places further inland from that rain that we saw about an hour ago. This flood advisory is for standing water until 12:30. That does include inland Broward, but Fort Lauderdale, it would not surprise me if a flood advisory was coming shortly, just because how easy it does flood when we get in on these rainfall rates, anywhere from 1 to 2, even up to 3 inches per hour. Meaning, if this storm were to stay put for an hour, we could see that type of accumulation, and it floods very easily in some of these areas, especially of flood-prone locations, low-lying areas, poor drainage areas. I will say though, as we look back towards places like Pompano Beach, notice that all that heavy rain we saw earlier, now it's just light rain. We just got to get all of that active energy inland, and then we'll see minor breaks in it. We're not completely out of the woods once this passes. We could still have more storms that build in the open waters like we're seeing just south of Fort Lauderdale. And again, that will continue to push inland, not just in Fort Lauderdale, but also into Miami. But I do want to point out right along A1A, notice that there is some lighter spots to the north, a ton of lightning in downtown Fort Lauderdale. And as you get just further south, that's where the heaviest of the rain is right now. Zooming out a bit more, we will be watching for whatever is to the north as well. Everything is pushing from north to south. We have a northeast breeze, and that's what's helping pull that moisture in. It's what's driving all of that active weather inland. But you can see, notice that even that pocket that we saw move through West Palm Beach, it's starting to fall apart. So give it about an hour or so, and Fort Lauderdale should be worked over, and we'll see some breaks in it. But until then, it's still very active. Places like Miami, 8 o'clock this morning saw the heavy rain. We had the flood advisory, and now it's starting to fill back in. So it is still a lot of rain we have to deal with today. There is a shortwave burst of energy that's working on shore. That's what's fueling these thunderstorms across the area. So notice forecast model, our in-house forecast model is showing by about 1 o'clock. Finally in the clear in some spots. Again, because there's so much energy inland already, the storms are all going to try and merge, and that's going to help push it further south. But until then, it's still going to be very active, and off and on rain is still expected. And again, like I mentioned, there is so much lightning associated with this as well. So pretty active out there. Flooding concerns are ongoing, mainly inland, but hey, that doesn't mean we couldn't see a flood advisory Fort Lauderdale, Miami. We've already seen it, but these are the areas that are having the heaviest of the rain already. We're likely to see more of that continue. But temperatures, rain cooled. At least it's not sweltering hot across South Florida right now. Fort Lauderdale rain cooled to 79, Miami 82, and feel-like conditions are right around where those temperatures are, and that's all because of these downpours and thunderstorms that are working through. So we will keep an eye on that. Live view over Fort Lauderdale Beach, temperatures will still hang pretty steady in the low to mid 80s. There's not going to be much movement with that because of the rain showers working through, but radar is still very active, very busy, and it looks like a new flood advisory was just issued for Fort Lauderdale. Like I mentioned, we were watching that. It wouldn't have surprised me. I'm loading up that radar for you. That flood advisory is in place until 12:15. So you can see new flood advisory being issued right there. And that's from all of this rain that is continuing to work on shore. A lot of lightning associated with it as well, but we are starting to see some breaks back right along the coast. So as this all continues to push inland, we might be able to skirt the parade in, but until then, it's still a lot of rain. 1 to 2 inch per hour rainfall rates falling in these areas, and overall, we will continue to watch that. But as we continue to take a wider view here, check out all of those thunderstorms. Right where we are here in the studios, about an hour ago, we saw some of that heavy rain working through. You can see it's finally starting to fizzle out. That's what we can expect into Fort Lauderdale. So we're almost in the clear, but that doesn't mean we couldn't see more storms develop across the area. Again, new flood advisory until 12:15, but let's take you back out there. Ari, I know you're in the rain. How is it going? What are fans thinking as we continue our coverage?
Chelsea, let me tell you, I'm not a meteorologist, okay, but I can confirm that it is definitely raining, and there is definitely lightning. It is literally raining on the Panthers parade, but that cannot dampen the enthusiasm of the hundreds of thousands of people who have shown up here to watch the Stanley Cup parade down A1A. Take a look out there on the horizon. You can see that. Akeem, can you see that it looks like it's kind of clearing up out there a little bit on the ocean? We're surrounded by umbrellas, so it's hard to get a good shot of anything, but it looks like it's starting to clear up a little bit out there on the horizon, so that's good news. Hopefully the rain will stop. I got some diehard fans over here. I got Tom and Nick over here who have been fans from day one. Guys, what is this like to be out here today?
This for dryness at all.
For dryness. Okay, so whatever Mother Nature throws at you, you're ready for this?
Exactly.
Yeah, and what do you think, Tom? Is it worth it coming out here at 7:30 in the morning?
Let me tell you, getting out here early, I was like, oh, why are we here so early? But now being here, it's just absolutely amazing, and I'm very grateful.
Okay, you spent the last hour huddled underneath this overhang with us, and you still think it's a good time?
Yes, I do. And,
absolutely.
It's the first time that we've ever won, so absolutely, I'll do it again.
So it's not just the beer talking?
No, it's gone.
It's gone. It warmed you up a little bit.
Absolutely.
All right, look, there's just some lightning right behind you. And you're okay with that? You're still worth coming out here?
Absolutely, absolutely. It's worth every minute of it. Couldn't have more Florida experience than this.
Right. The Florida Panthers, Florida weather, it's all coming together.
We beat the Lightning round 1, we'll beat the Lightning again.
That's right.
Let's go, boys.
So what's more relentless, this weather or the Panthers forecheck?
Forecheck.
Oh, forecheck for sure.
All day. Forecheck all day.
Forecheck got us here, right?
Yeah, absolutely.
And a little timely shot by Sam Reinhart.
Exactly. Yes. 2-1 filthy, as they call it. 2-1 filthy.
2-1 filthy. All right, these guys are hardcore. Let me tell you, for those of you uninitiated in hockey lingo, the jerseys that hockey players wear, they're actually called sweaters, right? And on a day like this, right now, those sweaters are feeling good, right? They're feeling good. They're keeping people warm. Earlier, that was like, what are these people doing? Wearing these heavy hockey jerseys in this blistering heat. But since the rain and the lightning have come in, it's been nothing but wet people looking for a way to stay warm, conversely, in the middle of the summer here. So we're waiting for the parade to start. We've talked to a lot of people today, including one woman who came in from Kansas City, Missouri, drove overnight. And we all know Kansas City is a hotbed of Florida Panthers fans, so it's expected, of course. That was a joke. It was a joke, people. But she drove all the way from Kansas City to be here to see this parade today. I hope she's out there having fun, still enjoying it with this weather, because it is nasty. However, like we said, it looks like there's hope literally on the horizon over there. It looks like it's starting to clear up a little bit, so let's hope that the parade gets started. People can cheer on their Stanley Cup heroes. Guys, back to you. Wait, I just heard Roxy's out there at the parade start. Has it started yet, Rox? Give us an update.
Hey, Ari. Yeah, I just got back out to Rio Mar and A1A, which is the start of the parade. We had some lightning. We had a crazy downpour. People started to clear, but I can tell you, the drum and the pipes are taking their place again. The crowds are cheering, and you're taking a live look at the double-decker buses. And I see some beach balls being tossed down to the fans. Not too sure if that's the team, if that's family, if that's staff, crew, or maybe all of the above here. But yeah, it's funny, Ari, you're talking to the hardcore fans, and I've been doing the same all day. And they don't really care about the weather. We do have some umbrellas up. Some people have ponchos. Others don't. Actually, most don't. I've seen babies and baby carriers, and I've seen some OG fans. And it's pretty amazing. Again, as I said, the Palm Beach pipes and drums just took their place. Amigo, just took their place at the start. Hey, let me talk to these guys here. Dudes, guys, hey, hi, we're live on TV. How are you? What, were you guys taking a dip? Were you here for the parade? I'm assuming.
No, we just ran down here from northeast of 33rd Street, like 2 miles.
You guys ran 2 miles.
Yeah.
Where'd you get that ball? Are the players back there?
On the street, yeah. They were just like holding up the cup and stuff and like throwing beers on people.
So they're still throwing beer at people. All right, are you guys from here? You local?
No, we're from Michigan.
From Michigan. Are you fans or are you just vacationing?
I like the NHL, so yeah, I'm pretty happy, you know.
Okay.
Yeah.
That life is beautiful, guys. Take care. Okay, so I just spoke to those two dudes who were here from Michigan, and they said that some of the players were throwing beer down at the fans. I'll take you back to earlier this week when we were looking for Lord Stanley, of course, the championship cup. Didn't know where it was. Turns out, just not too far from here, just south of here, it was at the Elbow Room, an iconic bar here, of course. Matthew Tkachuk was there, along with his father, other family members and friends. Lord Stanley parked right there in that grimy bar with so much classic character, which was awesome. And that was pretty amazing. You hear the chanting, "Let's go Panthers." That's what we've been hearing. Let's keep walking down with everybody. Hey guys, how you doing? How you doing, bud?
Good.
Are you excited?
Yeah.
What do you think about the rain? Do you care or no?
I don't care.
You don't care. What about you?
Rain doesn't matter. I'm out here, Grandpa, Dad. It's great.
Who are you here with?
My grandpa, my dad.
Hey guys. So we have the 3 generations here.
Yes.
What are we gonna do? It's amazing. I just hope it doesn't rain. That's all.
I hate to break it to you, sir.
I only come when there's lightning.
Listen, we want to keep everybody safe. Do you have the NBC6 app handy? Because you get alerts. Make sure, and we're streaming this coverage live. Are y'all from here?
Yes.
Okay. Long-term fans, new fans?
Long-term.
Okay. Ooh, you got the captain on there.
Ooh.
Okay.
Why not?
Why not? Are you guys, who are you looking forward to?
Wait a minute, what is your name?
My name is Roxy, sorry. Nice to meet you. I work with NBC 6 and Telemundo 51.
It's wonderful to meet you.
Just here covering history, that's all.
What was your blood pressure this morning?
I don't know. I don't know. The adrenaline was running hot. This is history, right? Yeah. Awesome. How you doing?
How you doing?
Are you excited?
Yeah.
What did you come in for? The history, the game?
First time I've lived all over the world, and it is the first time I've been in a city with a championship team when I was there.
Okay.
So I had to come.
Where are you from originally?
I grew up in Wisconsin.
Okay. And now you consider yourself a local?
Yeah, I've lived here for like 8 years. So.
Okay. All right. There you go. How about you? How you doing?
Good.
Yeah, absolutely. Yeah, we're great.
It's awesome to be here.
How are you dry?
I'm not dry.
You're not. Oh, okay. You're just
soaked head to toe.
Soaked head to toe, as we all are. And you sure have the Crocs on. That's the way to roll, right? Yeah, that's the way to roll. Who are you looking forward to seeing? The brick. The brick. All right. So there you go. Looks like we're going to get underway pretty soon. Let's go ahead and over to Giselle Espinales. Giselle, you've been chatting with fans as well, just as hardcore as all of these are.
Roxy, you are right. Just as hardcore as can get. And I think they pumped up the music because the fans got so excited right now. I'm telling you, we've seen lightning strikes. We're in this torrential downpour. It does not matter. I'm actually joined by Melissa, who has her 3 sons out here who are huge hockey fans. They play hockey. Melissa, to make it out here, it doesn't matter what the weather's like. What's this like for you?
We are here for our boys. We have watched them the last 3 years. This team struggle, and they earned it, and we are here to celebrate them.
And sharing this moment with your son. Just here, look, they have a baby cup. Baby, yes, hoist it up, put it up. How exciting is it for them to have this memory?
This is amazing for them. They see what hard work pays off. That's it.
That's exactly right. The hard work these are junior hockey players, the future. They're saying we got the cup. That's right, because they conquered the HUD. The Florida Panthers won their first Stanley Cup. The fans are excited, of course. Everyone's staying safe as much as we can just because of everything that's going around, but everyone's making friends. That's the beauty of a sports community, that everybody's making friends, everyone helping me out. It doesn't matter. They are ready to hear the parade, and the guys get down here. That was lightning. The guys get down here, the players making their way over here. They are ready to see all the action get started on this stage, hopefully soon. But in the end, it doesn't matter, rain or shine, they are here. The fans are here. They've been supporting this team no matter what. They got the cup, and it's incredible to see just all of it around us here on the sand. Everybody's just having a party, and that's the best part about South Florida, right? Let's go Panthers. Back to you guys.
Let's go Panthers! Let's go Panthers!
All right, celebrating the cup. You hear the cheers. Everybody's ready for this parade to begin. I mean, this is really exciting. It's a history-making moment. The first time South Florida is hosting an NHL championship parade. But not only that, I mean, this is going to be something that you remember forever. So let's check back in with Roxy as this parade now steps off. Hey, Roxy.
Hey, Shanae, look what I found. Gabby Allen, arena host. And one of the hosts of South Florida Live as well. Gabby, you were there for every single moment. What can you tell me?
Well, we wish we were drier, but rain or shine, we're going all the way through. We will never win our first cup again, so come out, hang out with us. I have goosebumps right now. It is the greatest feeling. It's such a hometown win for all of us from Sunrise, so go Panthers. And I will be back soon, I swear.
And you're like on the bus.
Yes, I am on one of the buses.
Like
Yeah, absolutely. So it's really exciting.
What was one of the craziest moments for you?
Probably the moment we won. I'm pretty sure I blacked out for a second.
I think we all did, right?
So good thing I recorded it so I can actually keep track of that. But this entire thing has been so insane. I think it'll really set in probably next week when all of the celebrations come a little bit.
But are they really going to come down? I don't know.
I don't think so. Not with these people out here. No way. Oh, and they're throwing beach balls and everything.
They're throwing beach balls. I hear. I want to keep walking back there, see if I find any of the players.
Oh yeah, my bus is leaving, so I gotta go.
Bye, Gabby Allen. All right. It looks like this is getting started. So there you go. We've been waiting for quite some time. It is now 11:35. So a little bit behind schedule. Obviously, this is bus number 3. Hey, what's up? What is that? Oh, look, they have a. I don't know, guys. You're just taking a walk with me. You're seeing all of this with me. All right, I got myself a Florida Marlins beach ball. So this is what they're throwing down from the buses. Again, bus number 5. We're going to keep walking. We see Coral Springs Fire Rescue as well. Hey, y'all, how you doing? There you go. So again, this isn't just a win for the Florida Panthers. How you guys doing? Let's go, Panthers! Anybody back there?
Yeah,
oh, yes.
They're all with the cups right over here.
Oh, wait, hold on a second. It's probably where all the people... Okay, let's go.
Not this one, the next one.
Yep, I see them. All right, I see the crowd. We're not going to wait. We're not going to wait for the players. We're going to go right over to them. Okay, I see it. There's the cup, right there. There's Lord Stanley, right there. I'm just going to let y'all take in this moment. Okay, they are pouring beer down. There's Captain front and center. What a moment. Gab, how you doing? You're live on NBC. How'd you know? Back up. Back up. All right, folks, this is live here. You're watching this live on NBC6 and our digital platforms. We're going to stay with this moment. Over here, over here. There you go. Someone just threw a shoe up. All right, folks, we are literally following the bus right now. Hey, Jackie. Kind of hard to hear you.
Hi, you're doing. Just be careful out there. So you saw the Stanley Cup in person, real life.
Inside the bus. Next door, Lord Stanley, I see the cup. And boy, it is glorious. It is glorious.
Bargy, 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 Bargy.
Little bit of interference, but we're going to stick with these images, these live images of the Florida Panthers Stanley Cup parade, the championship parade, history-making moment. Again, you heard it. They're never going to win their first cup ever again, right? So this is the first time it's happened. Hopefully it happens again and we continue to celebrate for years to come. Take a look at that live box there. That's the cup right there. You're taking a look at Lord Stanley's cup, right? I mean, it hasn't even been, I would say, a full week, right? It hasn't been a full week since the Cats won, but we've seen the cup in so many places, and rightfully so. We are celebrating as a family, as a South Florida community. There is so much excitement around this cup because, you know, when the Panthers lifted this Stanley Cup for the very first time, We also finally closed out decades of losses, frustrations for fans, for the franchise. This is a big moment for the franchise. The first time in 3 decades. They have been fighting, clawing their way at this cup for so long. And finally, we have the cup here in South Florida. It is taking its journey, that victory lap along A1A, surrounded by fans, around the families, the players. We've got the coach on there as well. There's so much excitement, so much love surrounding the Stanley Cup and surrounding our Florida Panthers. I want to go back to some history about the Panthers. You know, back in 2006, the Panthers were averaging over 4,100 free tickets handed out for each home game. 2008, the team introduced the first timer program that included anyone with a valid Florida driver's license to get free tickets to the game. So they were kind of clawing at getting fans. But take a look at what you're seeing now. Fans lined up along A1A all over Fort Lauderdale, coming from all over the country. Some as far as Kansas City, as we heard from Ari Odster earlier. We have fans coming up from Miami-Dade, fans coming from Orlando, coming down, fans even coming from Tampa, other parts of our state, because this is the Florida Panthers. And take a look, lifting the Victor's Cup, the Stanley Cup. Let's listen in once again as we hear all of the chanting, and let's check back in with Roxy.
Hey, Janae, it's hard to hear. I'm not sure if you guys talks back to me. Yeah, bark up there. Everybody's singing barkeep, barkeep, barkeep. It's pretty amazing. I just saw someone throw their cell phone up. Maybe they'll do it again. They keep throwing stuff up and asking them to sign stuff. There you go. Hoisting yet again. The Stanley Cup. Oh my goodness. And he's putting it on. Just to be clear, somebody just threw up their hockey helmet. Marco put it on, and he's pouring some stuff.
Go Leafs, go!
Oh gosh, guys. Thank you, go. Yep.
How we doing, baby?
Oh, we're doing.
Welcome, welcome.
Did you get some of that celebration juice? Oh, the fans are just amazing. All right. Look at that, just threw a cell phone up. Snap another selfie. Oh, wow. There we go, we're about to hoist it again. There you go! Part of me wants a little bit of the celebration juice. There you go, right there. Take a look. We're gonna do it again. I'm gonna take you back to earlier this week. We're doing exactly that. Putting beer inside of the Stanley Cup and pouring it down to the fans. Barking, 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 barking. Again, Alexander Barkov, the first. The first Finnish-born captain to hoist the Stanley Cup in 132 years. And he's doing it now again, live with you on the air. What an incredible moment. I saw somebody throw their espadrilles up to him and he signed it, threw it back down. I'm trying to find that person walking around with one shoe. See what that looked like. Of course, wearing his flag. And he's been doing this. This is like the 5th phone I've seen him grab, snap a selfie with the cup, and throw it back down to the people. It is 11:45, and there is no other way to celebrate a national championship. How this is going down right now in the rain on A1A. The Stanley Cup, touching the sand and touching the surf. How do you feel? What about them Dolphins, though?
Hey, it's elite time.
I know, but it is about the Panthers. Wrong shirt. There you go, friend. There you go. Cheers. There you go, my friend. Ooh. So this is what they're throwing. Full disclosure, I grabbed two. Oh, hi.
Oh,
how you doing? Oh, thank you so much. I love the Panthers back.
How do we get out?
Hey.
How do we get in line?
Right here. Right here. We're live on TV right now.
Yeah.
Right here. Did you guys see what's happening behind us?
They're drinking out of the cup. It's amazing.
They're not drinking anything out of the cup. They're drinking beer out of the cup. Again.
It's all good. It's all good.
I love it. There's nothing dry here, nothing at all.
Brad, we get a picture?
Yeah.
Hey.
Snapping a picture with the people. Thank you so much. Appreciate you guys. We're going to keep following the family.
Is Sarah here? Is Sarah here?
No, she's on vacation, but she's telling me. All right. I mean, this is why, folks. Let's keep walking. Let's go this way, babe. Here, let's go this way. All right, so we're going to keep following the cup. Ooh, okay, there you go. Who's up here? Oh! So what they're doing, Stanley Cup's up here. Let's catch up with the Stanley Cup. Oh, look, and you have the champagne. There you go. Family members, staff members, loved ones, all on the other buses. Captain is over here. And this is what they're throwing, these beach balls that say Florida Panthers. Full disclosure, I grabbed two for my kids. And I'm trying to grab another one. So we have, I see a mini cup over there. How you doing? Good. Yeah, I appreciate it. I got you.
That's the coach right there.
Yes. Where is he?
Right there. This is my guy right there.
Oh, Coach! Coach Maurice! Coach! How you doing? Hey. Coach Maurice! How you doing? This is your parade! It's your parade! How do you feel? It is raining!
Everybody I love is happy today.
Yes, we are! Rain or shine! Coach Paul, there you go! What do we got there? That's your other cat, two cats. Okay. Coach Maurice! Oh! This is Coach Maurice. For the first time in his career, that's his cat. He has a Florida Panther shirt with his cat on the front, his other cat on the back. So Coach Maurice here, just as much a reason to celebrate for him, making history for the first time in his career, winning the Stanley Cup, hoisting the Stanley Cup. And when Arlen Giselle Spinellas asked him on the ice, what does this moment mean to you to have your name etched on that Stanley Cup? He said, this is my father's name. This is my father's name, and I know hockey because of my father. So to live out his legacy, not just for his commitment to the game, but to also celebrate the legacy of his family and his loved ones. Coach Maurice is telling me right now, everybody who I love is happy right now. This is as much his moment as it is the entire team, the entire staff,
yes, we
and
are.
all of South Florida. Is that the celebration juice? Did Barkov pour it right into that?
Yes, he did. Barkov juice.
Barkov juice. We got to put that on the menu somewhere. Barkov juice. All right. Here comes Got through boxes of beers. Yep.
Okay, Jackie Nespo and Jawan Strader, we are here by Southeast 5th Street. We can see already the lights. They're coming our way for the one final victory lap for the Florida Panthers. You know, it's been non-stop partying for this team and for the Stanley Cup itself, Jawan, as you mentioned. I mean, it's done its rounds here in Fort Lauderdale at the Elbow Room.
Are you from here?
We're listening to Roxy.
How long have you been waiting for this moment?
All my life. Let's go, Panthers!
All right, so I don't know if you can hear me or not. Roxy?
Let's talk to this guy who's putting his helmet on. I want to talk to you.
Hi.
You've had the cream of the crop putting. Is this yours? Did you play hockey?
This is mine. I got it from Kulikov. Look, number 7, the best defenseman. He saved the cup for us. He saved it. He put it out of our net. Woo! This is Kulikov's helmet.
And you gave it to Barkov. You gave it to Coach Paul Maurice.
Oh, everybody got it. Kulikov wore it. Barkov wore it. Ekbazis wore it. Everybody's wearing the cap of Kulikov.
So is that your plan? Follow the buses, toss it up.
Follow the buses, toss it up. They bring it back. We recycle it. Woo!
I'm assuming you're an OG Panthers fan.
Oh yeah, since Olli Jokinen in 03, baby. We've been Panthers since they sucked. We love the Panthers. Woo!
All right, here, take your speaker. Onward.
The speaker. We're on the way out.
Woo! He's running with the speaker. Here we go. We got another bus coming. Keep walking down. You're joining us live here as we celebrate the champions on the air and across our digital platforms. This party was supposed to get started about an hour ago. A little bit of rain delayed us, but that's just adding to the celebration. That's just adding to the personality of this moment, a true bookmark in our community, not just in South Florida, but Florida is a hockey state. Let's keep walking. All right, let's keep walking one more round. See who else we can get. So again, we're going to start making it to the front of the parade about 1.5 miles, all the way down along the sands of the beach. There is a big parade stage as well, where there will be a ceremony, and no doubt everybody will get to see Lord Stanley. Look at that. That's what they've been doing, pouring beer down onto the people and celebrate.
Joe Biden!
All right, we're going to send it back to you guys.
Roxy, we're taking it away. We can see the lights. They're coming this way, and the party has officially started here at the end of the 1 mile route here at Fort Lauderdale Park. The stage is set. The monitors are on. The Florida Panthers are the champions in the NHL, and the people, like we said, Jawan, it really hasn't dampened their spirit. I think they're more energized than ever. We see fans right behind us. They're clamoring for the Florida Panthers. They can't wait to get a glimpse of them as they make their way here to Southeast 5th Street.
And even though you cannot see us, folks, right now, you're going to see us here shortly. As a matter of fact, they can see us in a double box right now. The celebration is underway. It has been for quite some time. Yes, the rain may have dampened a little bit the celebration, but it definitely did not dampen the spirits. We're talking about 300,000 fans expected to turn out. Many of them already have. They have stayed out here, Jackie. They have dealt with the rain. I got little Chucky right here, the red, and we hear all the fans here right behind us. People, we got our towels and everything, the victory towels, as many people are out here celebrating. We're on the balcony of the Marriott Hotel to give you an idea, right above A1A here on Fort Lauderdale Beach. And if you take a look down below, Mark Thompson's going to pan and give you an idea of the fans. Hey, fans, let's see. Let's see if I can get their attention right now, Jackie. There we go. There we go. We got our fans right here.
Yeah, they're waiting.
They are waving, but you see the fans below as they get ready for the victory celebration. And you just saw Giselle Espinales a minute ago right by the stage. And as soon as they started playing the music, it just erupted.
It was a roar of people here on the beach in Fort Lauderdale. And you know what? There's people inside the beach right now. There are boats out there, thousands upon thousands of people, some in their rain gear, others in umbrellas, and others just taking on the rain and getting wet. They don't care. They just want a glimpse of the champions.
You know, like I have to tell Jackie, we've covered a number of championship parades here in South Florida. We've been very fortunate in South Florida to cover, especially this historic parade. But I told Jackie, this is one we will never forget because of the rain and the fact that so many people stayed out here to show their love for the Florida Panthers.
You know, this has been a roller coaster ride for the Florida Panthers, you know, just to get to the final, and then Game 7, a nail biter to the very end. And it's almost like it's befitting of this team as we look at them making their way to where we're at here, getting to the stage. We can see the police officers. Yeah, that is a great sight. And you can see all of the people lining up A1A, waiting for the players right now in this history-making performance of the Florida Panthers. Third time in history that they make it to the finals. The first time was only 3 years after its inception, Jawan. If you remember, Wayne Huizinga bought this team as an expansion team back in 1993. Now the current owner, Vinny Viola, he was so excited. Obviously, you know, when they asked him if he could envision this moment, he said he really couldn't until it happened. He's so passionate about this team. His wife is so passionate about this team, and something that has been the common denominator. Everyone talks about this team being a family. They trust each other, they really like each other, and they just work so well together. And Paul Maurice, the coach, has said that he's never seen anything like this in his 26 years in the league.
Yeah, and let's talk about Paul Maurice, because you have to understand, 26 years as a coach and then not winning any type of championship in regards to a celebration, and then how fitting it is. He comes here, a lot of people doubt him. They're questioning the move, some aren't. He comes here, he does something very special. Not only does he come here to succeed, he takes them to the Stanley Cup final against the Golden Knights. Some say we weren't supposed to be there. Then he comes back. Redemption is what we called it. And sure enough, he came and delivered. You said how special it is. 7 games. It couldn't be more fitting for a storyline and for tradition. As we were speaking with our man who gave us this beautiful balcony, by the way, a little bit earlier, Ruben, he talked about the fact that this is tradition for his family. We're going to check in with Ari Otzer once again. He is live along the parade route with more. Ari.
Juan, we're in the center of Panthermonium, right? That's my phrase. Pandemonium, Panthermonium. Good or bad, I'm going with it. And take a look behind me. Here comes the bus. We're not sure exactly who's in the bus. Can't really tell. Not sure who's in that bus. We're assuming the players are going to be on an open double-decker bus, but because of the lightning, maybe they're transporting them inside to protect the players from the lightning. We're not sure at this moment, but there's 2 buses coming. So somebody just jumped out of that bus over there, Akeem. My producer is telling me something in my ear. I couldn't hear that. Are the players inside this bus is what we're trying to figure out. We can't imagine who else would be inside the bus. We're here. So the players are on. It's okay. There's no lightning involved, no Tampa Bay lightning or other kind of lightning, the real kind of lightning. And somebody just said, boo Tampa. Boo Tampa, right. But whoever's in these buses, they must be Panther officials or whatever. They're heading down to the rally point, right? So after that will be the players, and you will hear a thunderous round of applause when people see the players, when they see the Stanley Cup. You will definitely know about it from wherever you are in South Florida. Go outside, you're probably going to hear a roar that's coming from Fort Lauderdale Beach to wherever you are right now. That's probably what's going to happen. That's what I'm predicting. And you know what? I got to say, we've seen an incredible amount of joy this week because of what the Florida Panthers did on the ice in Game. Nobody celebrates a championship the way hockey teams do. They've taken the cup everywhere. They've had so much fun with it. I was standing over here in the ocean on Tuesday when Matthew Tkachuk and Sam Bennett and Aaron Ekblad brought the cup into the ocean. Incredible scenes that we've witnessed all week. And it all culminates today with this parade. And as I said earlier, yeah, it's been raining. it's not going to dampen the spirit of all of these fans who have been waiting 30 years. A lot of these fans are hardcore fans who have been fans from day one. Look, this hat I'm wearing is like 25 years old. Okay, so a lot of us are fans for a long time. I was at the 1996 final game when we lost to the Avalanche in the old Miami Arena. Didn't think we'd see the team in the Stanley Cup Finals again. Then last year came along, almost won it. This year they climbed the mountain. They planted that flag on the top of the mountain and claimed the championship for themselves and for all of us in South Florida. And it's just great to have these kind of moments. We've seen it with the Miami Heat, seen it with the Miami Marlins. Some of us can barely remember the Miami Dolphins. Hopefully they'll come back up to the top of the mountain. Inter Miami's playing great. Maybe they'll win the championship. This could be Titletown, USA pretty soon if the Inter Miami follows through with what the Florida Panthers have done, right? And this is amazing, and we're hearing some crowds cheering, but nothing coming down the street just yet other than those two white buses that went by with the mystery people inside. No idea who was in there. Guys, back to you.
Ari, you're considered one of those diehard fans. You've been a fan since the very beginning. And here from our vantage point already, the police procession already came by. They got off of their motorcycles, and now they're waiting to greet the Florida Panthers. We have the sign championship celebration. Some of these fans that are walking ahead of those Panthers, and then we have those two buses that we've been talking about. We don't know who's in them right now, but they sure want to get a glimpse of these Panthers players, Jawan.
Oh, you got that right. You know, it's just a parade, but it's a victory parade. Many of us have been to parades before, but there is nothing like a victory parade, and that's what you're looking at below. And you see a lot of people are soaked, but it doesn't matter. A lot of people are drenched in rain, but it doesn't matter. Many of them here to celebrate history. They're here to celebrate your Florida Panthers, who have done something very special that many people didn't think was possible. Getting to the Stanley Cup and winning after getting there back-to-back times. And Jackie, let me tell you, they have a young team. They have a young team. Some say that we could do it again. We could get back there. Of course, there are going to be some off-season moves to be made, but it starts with youth. They still have that youth.
Right.
It started off with some of the great picks along the lines, along the years. And when you talk about Ekblad, when you talk about Barkov, you talk about the great trade in Matthew Tkachuk, which turned out to be a great one.
Yeah, Matthew Tkachuk, I mean, he comes from a family of hockey players, his father and his brother, and when they asked his mother the day that they won the Stanley Cup, she was very emotional because this is a day that this whole family has wanted, has yearned for, has dreamed about, and that dream came true. We're listening to the music, some of the pictures and music of this Stanley Cup championship parade, which we're all a witness to in Fort Lauderdale Beach. We're very close to the parade right now, and right now the music is on. The people are waving their flags. We've seen a bunch of hockey sticks and pucks and hats and jerseys, or sweaters as they call them. This has been a lot of fun to watch. I mean, when you compare it to some of the other celebrations and parades that we've covered, this is extra special. And obviously, a big part of that is the rain that we felt through, because it really hasn't dampened the energy and the spirit of the Panthers fans. They really are one in a million. They have been through thick and thin, through this roller coaster of a ride season, and then ending up Game 7 with a big win, and finally the Stanley Cup.
And the Stanley Cup, which is so special about it, we've seen the Stanley Cup make its way across South Florida, and the Stanley Cup is finally going to get up close and personal with many of the fans. Some of those fans started off at the elbow room drinking the beer from the Stanley Cup, and then we saw Roberto Luongo. We saw him eating pasta from the Stanley Cup, and of course Stanley Cup, he's on South Beach, he's doing his thing. The Stanley Cup, the Lord Stanley Cup, making an appearance at Club 11 as well. So we know that the fans are looking forward to seeing that Stanley Cup hoisted in the air up on the stage and making its way down.
Oh, they're getting out of the bus right now with the flags. They're getting the crowd rowdy right now. They're getting them ready for the players who are going to be getting off, and they're going to be ending up on that stage right now for one of the biggest pep rallies that this team has ever seen in Fort Lauderdale Beach. What a wonderful thing we saw, as the mayor mentioned the other day. They are so excited to welcome the Florida Panthers. I mean, this has never happened here before, and so this is something that's for the record books, something that they're so proud of. And we've talked about the rain all week, but apparently until now it really hasn't made a difference. for this celebration here today.
And Dean Trantella's even talking about an arena being built here.
Right.
And I think that shows the love. They've already made great strides as far as practice facilities or training facilities and everything else. But they're showing their commitment to the spirit of the Florida Panthers. And that's going to be special in itself. You got to give it up for Sunrise, though. Sunrise has held it down. And I know many people in Sunrise are extremely happy and excited for the Florida Panthers. But it started off in Miami, Jackie, as you mentioned. The Miami Arena. And they talked about that. And we talked about the Rats. And we know our old NBC studios used to be around that area. You're very familiar with the Rats.
We used to go to the games all the time because we were so close to the former Miami Arena that housed the Florida Panthers early on. It was so fun to watch back then. But I mean, to see this team grow the way that it has been 3 times in the Stanley Cup Finals, and for the first time they made history last week when they became the champions. But I remember that first one in 1996. I mean, they did get blown out, but wow, what a moment to be present for, and to watch them in just 3 years after the team was built with Wayne Huizenga as an expansion team to make it all the way to the finals. They would have to wait a couple decades later to go back. That was last year. By the way, Jawan, I think this is only the 3rd time in 40 years that a team comes back to win the Stanley Cup after having lost the previous year in the final. And that's what happened with these Florida Panthers. I mean, they were not swayed one bit. They knew they wanted to come back. They knew that they had what it took, and they knew they were going to win the Stanley Cup, even after losing 3 in a row in the finals, Jawan.
And let's go back to head coach Paul Maurice, Jackie. We were talking about him a little bit earlier. We talked about what it took for him to get to this moment. And then when Giselle Espinales asked him the question about what it meant to have his name on the Stanley Cup with so many legendary and Hall of Famers, he took that time and moment to talk about his father. He said, it's his father's name. It's my father's name. He will be there along so many heroes that he admired, that I heard about from the age of 5 years old. He will be there, that name, Paul Maurice, along with his heroes.
Well, you know, his name is going to be on that Stanley Cup. There are over 2,000 names engraved on the Stanley Cup right now. And as we mentioned, it has made its way all over South Florida. And I think a lot of people, the night that they won, a lot of the players didn't realize how heavy it is. I think it's like 37 pounds to hoist that Stanley Cup up in the air. And each player did just that to the roars of the fans that were there that day. And then, of course, we saw the rounds here. But I think the most infamous moment that we will never forget is that Stanley Cup going into the ocean with Matthew Tkachuk. I mean, I think that's a moment that will be engraved in our memory.
Absolutely.
Because, I mean, and I don't think that could happen again anywhere else in this country or in Canada, only here in South Florida.
That's right. We got the water here. Edmonton, you know, hey, kudos to Edmonton and the Oilers and what they did. And Connor McDavid, they have the best player in the world who happened to win the MVP. But listen, they couldn't have done what we did by taking it into the ocean. And this is South Florida. This is what you do. It's only right for the Stanley Cup to make an appearance in the water, right?
Although a lot of people thought that the Bobrovsky should have been the MVP. They actually won the Stanley Cup. A lot of people were cheering him on. They wanted him to be the MVP, and he didn't get it. So maybe next year, Juwan.
Yeah, maybe
but as you
next year.
mentioned, this is a young team, and if they can stay together and work hard, why not bring it back home here to South Florida?
It's possible, and they always talk about the Stanley Cup hangover and the championship hangover. Hopefully the players will not get that, but you know, right now we're going to celebrate. Let's hope that these guys celebrate before they have to head back to some of their cottages in Canada and enjoy some R&R, but they're going to still be on that Stanley Cup high. But when the season kicks off in the fall, hopefully they'll be ready, and hopefully they can repeat.
I remember when Ari was talking to Tkachuk and asked him, you know, about his beard, and if he was going to shave it. He said, well, I haven't been home yet, so I haven't been able to shave the beard. Those beards that really gave them some good luck. But and now they're all clean shaven once again. But that was so much fun to watch. And that Game 7, Jawan, I mean, you know, we knew it could go either way, but we had talked about before that whoever would score first had a real good shot at winning the game. And of course, the Florida Panthers, they scored that first goal, and everybody was celebrating. And just a few minutes later, Edmonton came back with their first goal. It was just a nail-biter of a game. Many of the players playing without their hockey stick. As a matter of fact, Bobrovsky, you know, he was covering the goal with his own body. And, you know, it was just some amazing stuff that we saw from this team. It's really a special, special team. And as the police, they're going back on A1A, they're perhaps going to be escorting the players now. After those two buses came through, they're going back, this police procession. Now, it's still raining a little bit, but we don't see any lightning anymore or that thunder that we had seen just a few minutes before, and that's perhaps why they had to delay the parade.
It was definitely coming down, Jackie. Definitely a parade that you and I will never, ever forget. But as others pointed out, that's the part of the tradition, and that's why so many of us are going to remember this special moment, because not only did we celebrate history and the Stanley Cup, but we also came out here and celebrated victorious with a very wet parade, but something that was very special at the same time. And as the father said earlier, Ruben, he said, listen, this is tradition. This is something my son and I will never forget. Yes, it was raining, but we're out here. We're out here in the rain, and it's fun at the same time. And thank goodness, as of now, no one was hurt, because it was really lightning outside. It was pouring cats and dogs a little bit earlier.
Yeah, for a moment we thought that perhaps they should postpone it even longer, because it could be dangerous for the players and for all the fans that have shown up here to celebrate the Cup with this team. You know, for many years, this town was considered a football town, right? With the Miami Dolphins and the Miami Hurricanes. Of course, we covered that. The Miami Hurricanes in the late 80s and early 90s. And of course, the Miami Dolphins, you know, starting from the 1972 perfect season on up. And then came the Heat, and then, of course, the Marlins. But I think right now, the Florida Panthers, they are up there with the fans here in South Florida, especially after winning the Stanley Cup this year. I mean, they've shown what they can do, and these fans have shown that they are some of the greatest fans of all time.
Absolutely. Now, you're talking about 30 years of a franchise, 30 years of building tradition, 30 years of building legacy. There are so many other teams around the hockey league and the NHL that have that already established. I believe, according to many fans that I've spoken to, true hockey fans, that we are starting to establish ourselves as a hockey town.
Right.
Many people said, no, you guys, no, you're in the sunshine. You guys are not a hockey town. You have not gone to the Stanley Cup enough to even say that. We did something that many didn't think was possible. You mentioned it 3 times. You mentioned it going to the Stanley Cup. But what we did last year, and then to come back, and then to beat arguably one of the best teams in NHL history in the Boston Bruins that has a lot of tradition, just like the Celtics, just like the Patriots.
Right.
We went ahead, we've done that. So we've been able to establish ourselves potentially as a hockey city.
Yeah, it definitely wasn't an easy road. As you mentioned, Boston and, of course, New York, they had to get through in order to get to the final. And, you know, it was just wonderful to watch this team, the way they performed to the utmost of their ability. And they never lost faith in themselves, because when they were tied at 3 after winning 3 in a row, many of them said, we're not looking at this in its totality. We're looking at this in game by game, and this is a whole new game. And you know, it just goes to show that their coach and this team, they're so together, and what they want to do is they want to win, and that's exactly what they did. And Paul Maurice, as a leader of this team, he has just been amazing. I believe it's 26 years he's been in this league. Many consider him to arguably be the best coach in the league, or at least one of them. And for him to come here to the Florida Panthers last year, make it all the way to the final, and then do it again this year, and then win it, it just shows, it's a true testament to what he brings to the table and the leadership that he brings and the way that his players respect him, and he respects the players as well.
Oh, you heard many of the players talk about how much fun they have together, how they do things together, and we see that camaraderie not only on the ice but off the ice. We see how close the players are and how together they are. We talked about Matthew Tkachuk, and then we saw some poignant moments after they won the championship. You spoke about his mother, but going back to his father, who played 18 years in the NHL, who is not in the Hall of Fame, and some argue should be in the Hall of Fame. That's another argument, but he made sure he shared that moment with his father. He had his father with him with the Stanley Cup, also helping to pour that Stanley Cup beer out into the crowd right there at the elbow room. So it's so special to see the players come together, but not only the players, but their families come together as well.
The rain is starting to pick up again, unfortunately, but we are already seeing the procession once again. It's getting close to where we're at. We're at the Marin Hotel right on A1A, overlooking A1A and the beach right now on Southwest 5th Street. And right now we're seeing some of the police vehicles that are getting here, and those double-decker buses, the players are up atop of those double-decker buses. Now we're finally getting a glimpse of those players just as the rain has started to pick up, but we have not seen any lightning, and we haven't heard any thunder for the past, I would say, 20 minutes, so that's a good sign.
There we go. Yes, it's starting to make their way down. We're starting to see the procession, the players on top. They don't care if they get wet.
No.
Right now, it's who cares? Right now, we're already wet. Who cares? Right now, we're out here to celebrate something very special, the championship and the Stanley Cup, making its way down A1A here in Fort Lauderdale, and the fans are starting to feel the energy and pick it up. Many of them soak in wet, some with umbrellas, some without. Some don't matter what, they are here to celebrate something that has never been done, or I would say here in South Florida has never been done for the Florida Panthers, and that's when their first ever Stanley Cup.
Yeah, this is the culmination of this whole season and last season. All their hard work finally came to fruition here with this victory parade along A1A that will be ending up on that stage right behind us. And we're going to see all of the players up there, all of the fans. Right now, if you had to guess, Jawan, right in front of that stage, I mean, there's definitely tens of thousands of people that are waiting to see the Panthers players, to get an up-close and personal look. And we're hearing the cheers of the fans here on A1A as they're starting to get a glimpse of that double-decker bus right now with the players on top. And hopefully we'll get a glimpse of the Stanley Cup as well.
Yeah, there are two buses. There are two double-decker buses. So I'm trying to see where the Stanley Cup is, which particular bus is on. But they are shouting, the fans are saying, "We've got the cup. We've got the cup." That's how special it is. 300,000 fans expected to be out here. I'm kind of curious as to if anyone actually left, because I don't think they did, because they would have been stuck in that traffic on all the fans trying to get here, Jackie.
That's right, 1 mile. It's a 1 mile stretch from Rio Mar all the way here to Fort Lauderdale Beach Park, where the stage is set. And you can hear the fans right now as they're chanting, they're cheering. They want to get a glimpse of their players, their championship players, and you can hear them. Just take a listen right now for a second. You can hear the sirens and the cheers. The flags are waving. It's just an incredible sight to see. And those players are soaking wet, and so are the fans. And they're not letting that stop them. We're also seeing still some people inside the beach right now, and also some boats out in the ocean getting a different glimpse from out there.
It's interesting, Jackie, because we see people in the water. We see many of the boats flying high, their Florida Panther pride in the water. And then you see the stage right here flat on the beach, right next to the ocean. How fitting for a special historic celebration and celebrating our Florida Panthers as they continue to make their way down on the double-decker buses.
It's almost surreal that this ice hockey team is celebrating on the beach, right? Fort Lauderdale Beach, only in South Florida. And you know what? It's great to be a fan. It's great to be someone from South Florida. And now you could definitely hear the roar as the bus is coming close to us and coming close to all the fans that are lining up here close to the stage. Take a listen.
Yeah, listen to this. Listen.
Let's go, Panthers.
Just soaking in this moment as nothing like it. You see them on the buses. The first bus coming through, the first double-decker bus, with many of some of the players on top of that bus celebrating with the victory belt.
I don't recognize any of these people, any of the players. These could be some of the periphery workers that work with the Florida Panthers,
right.
But they're holding up a belt, a championship belt, and they are getting the crowd ready for these Panthers players.
Oh, they're pumped up. The 3 buses.
So
Jackie,
far.
I see 3.
So far. There's more back there.
Yeah.
There's at least another 4th and 5th behind them, yes. And then there's also some people on some trucks, on the flatbed of the trucks, that they're also out here. But the party has certainly started.
And you see the mayor is in the vehicle as well. Dean Tratellis, you see, he's right behind it. How about that? He gets a front row seat right behind the double-decker bus.
Of course he's going to get a front row seat. He's a big supporter of this parade.
That's right. That's right. You got to love it. As the second double-decker bus is about to pass us, it's starting to come through.
It looks
right
like
in front of Jackie and I.
some dignitaries and the like are in some of these trucks before the players, but you can hear the sirens. There's someone there pointing at his tattoo. They want to get the crowd ready.
It's a true victory parade, Jackie, and of course we've seen them, with the Miami Heat celebration. You've seen it with the Marlins. Hopefully the Miami Dolphins will be coming soon. We're going to keep our fingers crossed with that. But there's nothing like it, and this is a victory parade.
Yeah, we saw, as you mentioned, the mayor, Trentalis, the vice mayor. Now we're seeing some of the commissioners. They're also in some of these cars and trucks.
There we go.
And
there
they're
we
all
go.
waving at us.
There we go. We get them waving to us right now.
Congratulations.
There you go. Congrats.
Congratulations,
yes.
guys. Hi.
Yes.
What an exciting moment, Jawan.
Very exciting.
Kisses. Let's go, Panthers.
Let's go, Panthers.
Now we're really in the thick of it.
They're just as excited. It's great.
We are certainly in the thick of it now, Jawan. The fire truck, of course. It wouldn't be a parade without the fire truck and its siren.
Uh-oh. I see a trophy over here making its way down. They were holding up, and I believe it was the Eastern Conference Championship trophy that I saw. I'm not sure. But I think the best is yet to come, Jackie.
Yeah, we're seeing
the best is yet to come. And you know what I'm talking about.
Yes, I know what you're talking about.
Lord Stanley.
Yeah, we're awaiting Lord Stanley. We can barely hear each other here because it is getting very loud with the sirens and the people cheering. It truly is electrifying right now as we wait for our Florida Panthers to make their way on A1A all the way to the stage here in Fort Lauderdale Beach Park.
And you heard Jackie. I mean, listen, it was delayed a little bit because of the rain. It was coming down extremely hard. The fans were still out here celebrating, though. It didn't take away from their spirit. It didn't dampen it whatsoever. Someone wondering maybe they should have canceled it, but they just waited. It's been a little bit of a delay, but it's okay. It is okay. The spirit is alive and well, Jackie. And you hear the many fans chanting, many of them excited to see all the staff and some of the supporters of the players make their way down. But like I told Jackie, the best is yet to come as they continue to make their way down.
It's interesting. There's not only fans out on the beach and lining up A1A, but if you look to some of the hotels that line up A1A on Fort Lauderdale Beach, you can see many people on their balconies that are waving their flags and cheering on the Florida Panthers from up high here on Fort Lauderdale Beach. But it's 1 mile long that they are going to be celebrating with their fans 30 years in the making, over 30 years in the making to win a Stanley Cup, and it finally happened. These Florida Panthers brought the Stanley Cup to South Florida, and now this is it. This is the culmination of all of their work. This is a culmination of blood, sweat, and tears. This is a culmination of over 30 years in the making to bring the Stanley Cup home.
I'm looking at the stage right now. No one is on stage just yet. You see right now all the cars are backed up as they continue to wait for the other double-decker buses to make their way through, Jackie. You see a few people on stage just getting the fans hype, with the towel tosses and everything else. But the parade, as we told you before, was delayed because of the rain, starting on Riamar Street, making its way just past Southeast 5th Street, and that's where Jackie and I are as of right now. We are right above Fort Lauderdale Beach on A1A and at the Marin Hotel, and we've been here for quite some time, and we have been dealing with this rain as well, but we are feeling all the excitement from the fans. Jackie, just a moment ago, someone was hanging out the Bobrovsky jersey, and you heard them say, Bobby, Bobby, chanting with all the excitement. He's not even here. That was just someone hanging out the jersey, because as you said earlier, Jackie, many said that Bobrovsky should have been the MVP. Many people still believe that. We know that they have one of the best players in the world that won the MVP and the Conn Smythe MVP trophy, but it's okay. Bobrovsky hopefully will get another shot. We got to keep Bobrovsky here, though. We got to make sure he stays here.
I just saw someone with a water gun on top of the double-decker bus shooting some water into the crowds here. You know, there's nothing that galvanizes a community like a championship, right? I mean, talk about the fans. Yes, there are some fair-weathered fans. There's some that came late to the game, and there's some that have been here since day one, like Ari Odzer, that have been true fans. It doesn't matter, because a moment like this brings this community together, and we here at NBC6 are with you. We are here to celebrate with you this moment in time, this history-making moment in time, and we're so happy to be a part of it, Joanne.
And what I love, Jackie, is that if you look at it, I saw a report recently that talked about the growth of NHL and talking about the growth in fans in NHL and how many fans are starting to get into hockey.
Yes.
And as you mentioned, we're talking about South Florida, and you got to admit, Jackie, yeah, we do have some fair weather fans down here in South Florida, because there are a lot of transplants down here in South Florida as well. I happen to be one of them. But I became a hockey fan last year, and to watch what they have done is special. And there was a storyline behind it, as we talked and as you talked about, going last year when they weren't expected to go. A lot of people gave up on them. I did not expect them to beat one of the best teams ever in hockey history. They go on to play the Golden Knights. That ended. Unfortunately, it was disappointing, but then they went on, and they were able to go for redemption, and then they won in truly historic fashion.
We're looking at some of the reaction right now, some of the people that are getting off of that bus. They're going into the crowd right now, and the crowd is just elated right now just to be a part of this. And I'm not sure if that's one of the players there, but he's taking a selfie right now with the crowd. It's just a lot of fun to watch. You know, we were talking about this galvanizing the community, but it also has brought a whole new generation of fans for the Florida Panthers. And I think after this year, you are going to see that arena full every night. You know, for many years, it was tough for the Florida Panthers getting some fans out in the arena. And now I think this is going to change.
So apparently Nick Cousins is somewhere in the crowd.
Is that Nick Cousins right there?
Yeah, Nick Cousins.
Okay, there he is.
Nick?
Yeah, there he is without the
Nick's
shirt.
Right here. This is Nick Cousins.
He's without the
He's
shirt.
Without the
He's
shirt.
drinking some kind of beverage there. I'm not going to say what it is.
He's enjoying himself, Jackie.
Yes. Oh,
Look
yeah.
at him.
He just slammed it down.
He just slammed it down. He is enjoying this historic moment with the fans.
And he can do what he wants right now because he is a champion.
He's just drinking people's drinks.
He's drinking people's drinks right now.
I hope he's careful. He got the little Stanley Cup there. He's making a drink out of the little Stanley. Oh, my goodness. Nick Cousins.
That's the way to do it right there.
That's the way to celebrate.
He's celebrating without his shirt. He's very close to the stage, and he got off of that double-decker bus because he wanted to celebrate with his fans.
Look at him.
He's taking it all in right now.
The thing is, Jackie, I don't know if very many of the fans right in front of him really realize that that's Nick Cousins. And because, of course, a lot of times now they realize it right here. And they're running over and swarming him right now, Jackie.
He is soaking it all in right now, and why not? This is their last victory lap for this year, and what a way to do it, right? On a rainy day with hundreds of thousands of fans, and just doing it right.
High-fiving everybody. Look at him.
These fans are going to remember this forever.
He's grabbing a little kid. Look at him. I think I say Nick Cousins for mayor.
I think so. He's making his way to the stage, but he said, I'm not doing it on that bus. I'm going to get off. I'm going to walk the rest of the way to stage while I say hi to my fans that have been here from day one.
I love that. I mean, how often do we see that at victory parades, Jackie? How special is that?
That is very special. And this is something that these fans really wanted. They've been here since early this morning, many of them coming from all parts of Florida, some coming as far away as Kansas, as Ari mentioned, and they're all here. They wanted to see this moment, and when we talked about possibly this being postponed or canceled because of the weather, well, they went with it because they knew that their fans were here. They had made plans. They had come from all over to come and see the champions for this championship celebration down A1A in Fort Lauderdale Beach.
And we see the double-decker bus, and we see another double-decker bus. There's quite a few of them, Jackie, carrying the players
lining up the
and
street.
Their family, and we know this. I mean, the Miami Heat celebration, we'll see them with their family members and everything else. So that's why you have so many double-decker buses. You have to understand, it's not just 12 people, but it's a huge team. And so now I'm understanding that we have a few Dolphins players that have joined in on the celebration.
They're showing their support.
Their support. I love it.
That's right.
And maybe that'll rub off, Jackie.
Yes.
Hey, we need that Super Bowl here to South Florida.
We sure
maybe
do.
I hope Tua is watching this right now.
Okay,
and
we see.
Mustard.
Oh, that's Mostert.
Yeah.
Mostert is there. Okay, let's get the camera to pan on Mostert, who's here.
Mostert is here.
To support the Florida Panthers.
Number 31, he's wearing a little Florida Panthers jersey, number 31. He also went into the crowd a little bit earlier, I think, with Cousins as well.
I love that. I love the hometown teams supporting each other, and to see the Dolphins players here as well, celebrating with the Florida Panthers. That's special. That's very
So Kachuk, I'm hearing, is in the water, Jackie.
Oh, there he did it again.
Is somewhere in the water. We're going to try to get eyes on that in a little bit. He's all the way to back. We're showing you right now. Okay, they're on it. You're on it. You're right now looking a live look at Matthew Kachuk, who never disappoints when it comes to a celebration. He has been making his way across South Florida, and I'm taking a look at him right now.
I think he really likes the ocean. I think he loves living here in South Florida.
Oh, he sure does.
He says he lives close by to this area here on Fort Lauderdale Beach, so I think he really is digging the ocean right now. First the other day with the Stanley Cup, and now he's just taking it all in.
I love it. I love it, Jackie. I love it. And this is, talk about getting up close and personal with the fans. We just saw Nick Cousins, and now we are seeing Matthew Kachuk is like, hold up, Nick Cousins, you're not going to outdo me.
No.
Oh, I'm going to show you what I can do. I'm going to go jump in the ocean again, and I'm going to get up close and personal with the fans.
And we're looking at the fans. They're following Kachuk here on the beach. He was in the water. Now apparently he's come out, and he is making his way to the stage. What an exciting moment. And here's Mostert again. Let's see if we can get a shot of that. Mostert is wearing a Panthers jersey right below us, directly below us, and he's also greeting fans down here as we're still watching Kachuk make his way to the stage.
You gotta love it. I mean, first, the Stanley Cup, jumping in the water with the Stanley Cup, something that I don't believe has ever been done before with the Stanley Cup. And then now continuing a celebration. Just like Nick Cousins, he is getting up close and personal with fans. And as you see, the victory belts that we continue to see throughout.
Yeah, we've seen several of those victory belts, and a lot of the family members that are traveling with the players on those double-decker buses, on those trucks, carrying those flags. They're so proud of what they've been able to accomplish. And as we mentioned, we're looking right now. You can't see it from your end, but we are at Mostert, who's also greeting fans right here, right below us. It's a sight to see as he's here with a Panthers jersey on, supporting his fellow team in South Florida.
Yeah, you got that right. I mean, you got to think about how special this is, Jackie. Not everyone, not every team, not every city gets to experience a victory parade and something this special, especially the way we did it in historic fashion. That's why this is such a big deal. And rain or shine, the fans were going to definitely come out and celebrate with the Panthers. And it's just so uplifting and great just to see the players come into the crowd and celebrate with the fans.
Okay, we're seeing other players and family members that are getting off of those double-decker buses. They're making their way to the fans as we hear the sirens. Most of them have what looks like an adult beverage with them. So they are really soaking it in and taking this all in.
I love it. I love it. I mean, because you can feel that energy. You can feel the excitement. And this is for you, South Florida. This is for you, South Florida. This is why this is so special. This is why many of us love sports and become sports fans, because of moments like this.
You know, it just brings me back to the other victory celebrations that we have been through, especially, you know, not too long ago, recently with the Miami Heat. That was down Biscayne Boulevard. But, you know, to see Fort Lauderdale in on the action, Broward County in on the action with this celebration on A1A in Fort Lauderdale, it's really special to see, because people have come from all over to celebrate with the champions.
So we're going to take a look at the Prince of Wales trophy. Mark, can you do me a favor and pan over, because we're right above the Prince of Wales trophy. And you're going to take a look, and that's the Eastern Conference Champions Trophy on the double-decker bus that is about to move here shortly. But they are bringing all of their trophies here with them.
There it is.
And as Jackie, as you know, it's superstition, of course, to touch it. And unfortunately, we touched that trophy last year in 2023. Two of the players touched the trophy, and you know the outcome of what happened. Well, this year, they decided not to touch the trophy. Paul Maurice, from my understanding, was like, you better not.
I would not get anywhere near that trophy, that's for sure.
And now they can touch the trophies.
And Mark, maybe you can get a Mostert there on that white truck, who's celebrating as well, making his way down A1A to get to Fort Lauderdale Beach Park, where the stage is set, the lights are on, the monitors are going, the music is playing. It is just an awesome sight of people here.
It really is. It's an awesome sight. And this is what we've been waiting for. This is why many of us have stood out in the rain and gotten soaked and drenched and wet. Many of us, and some people, Jackie, as you said, have waited 30 years for this moment. It is possible. And the Florida Panthers have proved just that anything is possible. They did it last year by getting to the Stanley Cup final, and then they came back for redemption and proved that they are indeed the #1 team in hockey this year by claiming the Stanley Cup victory.
It'll be interesting to see all the rings, all the workers, even our own Gabby, NBC6's Gabby, who will be receiving a ring because of her work with the Florida Panthers.
She saw us. Yes. Gabby was below, and she was waving us. She was so excited on one of those double-decker buses. She was so excited taking pictures. You know what? And that's the great thing, because when you work with the staff, Jackie, you get a chance to have an opportunity to get a ring.
Right.
It may be a little different from the player's ring.
Right.
But you do get a chance to take home a ring with you as well. And that's the great thing about working for a sports franchise. And many South Floridians who have worked at the Miami Heat, the Miami Dolphins, the Marlins, many of those staff workers, kudos to all of you for all the hard work that you do and that you put in.
You know, it's interesting. A lot of people have learned about hockey, right? Many people, this is South Florida. This is sunny South Florida. Many people didn't understand what hockey was all about. And it's great to see how this team has brought this community not only together, but to learn about hockey and to really love hockey and to support this team. And hopefully that'll continue to grow, because this team has been around for over 30 years. So as you mentioned, history in the making. And right now we're seeing another player get off of one of the trucks, making his way. Oh, there's a Stanley Cup. Mark, if you could pan, there's the Stanley Cup. That's Luongo.
Ryan Lomberg.
Oh, yeah.
Ryan Lomberg with the Stanley Cup, sharing it with the fans, thrusting it and hoisting it up in the air with the fans. The 30-plus pound
37 pound is being hoisted right now.
That's right. In the air.
Again.
And has his victory belt on.
And he's not wearing a shirt either. They've all taken off
their shirts, Jackie. Why not? This is South Florida. They're drenched in wet. And Ryan Lomberg is going to walk the route with the Stanley Cup.
Oh, and you can see the fans now. They're all running to get a glimpse of the Stanley Cup with Ryan Lomberg.
Get a glimpse and a picture with it.
Oh,
you
yeah.
got that right. This is right. Go ahead, Ryan. Go ahead and show your true love.
Let's
Ryan
take
Lomberg,
this in.
Kind of somewhat of a story. I wouldn't say a fairy tale story, but he had to claw his way to the NHL, and he's proven that he belongs, and he's a special part of this team.
He has a double whammy right now with the belt and the Stanley Cup. He's crossing A1A right now. He's got a slew of people behind him, and he's taking it to another crowd as he inches his way down A1A. Let's listen in.
Right here, right in front of us, you're taking a live look at Ryan Lomberg, who hoisted it up in the air. Throw it up, Ryan.
There you go.
Celebrate your Stanley Cup victory. And he's drinking an adult beverage at the same time. How special is that moment?
They are celebrating this.
How special is that moment,
to the
Jackie?
max. This is a moment that I won't forget. I'm looking at the Stanley Cup right now, right below us. What a great moment. What a great moment for these players. What a great moment for these fans.
That's Vladimir Tarasenko holding the cup right now, Jackie.
I guess it's become a little bit of a tradition here in South Florida for them to be filling that Stanley Cup with beer and drinking it.
And you know what? And you see all the fans touching it, getting selfies and everything else, because we don't know if we're going to get this moment again. This is very special. You see it? You see Verhaeghe?
Verhaeghe's now.
Verhaeghe is holding the trophy now, the Stanley Cup.
Oh,
you got to be a little careful, fans.
Oh, yes.
Got to be a little careful out there. We got to protect our players, too, and the fans.
One of those barriers
all right.
almost
Make sure everybody's
fell
okay.
over.
All right, want to make sure everybody's okay. Had a little spill there for a minute, but I think they're okay.
They're good.
Carter,
they're good.
Carter Verhaeghe making his way down the parade route down A1A. I believe he's going to get back on the double-decker bus. But
no, he's
Stanley,
not.
No, he's not.
He's walking his way.
No, he is not.
He's walking his way down A1A with that Stanley
Don't forget that,
Cup.
Jackie. These guys and their stamina, I tell you.
He's got a workout ahead of him.
He sure does.
That's a 37-pound trophy right there, the Stanley Cup.
And Ryan Lomberg is not far by, and he's about to get an adult beverage, just like Nick Cousins, just like Kachuk.
Oh, yeah. You can hear the roars of the crowd right now.
And look at that. How special is that? A special moment celebrated with all the South Florida fans down A1A.
Kachuk, they're all making their way.
Verhaeghe celebrating a long-awaited moment. Now Brandon Montour is making his way. We're going to stay on the cup.
Yeah, we're
Brandon Montour has now gotten into the action with the fans with an adult beverage alongside.
This is the way to do it.
That's how you do it.
Just get off of those buses and start walking down A1A.
Right.
This is what the fans have come here for. They have stayed through the rain, through the lightning, through the thunder for this moment. So the players are getting off of those buses and they're walking.
How about that?
Oh, yeah. They're making their way to the stage, the championship stage here at Fort Lauderdale Beach Park. And you hear the sirens, the police sirens, the fire truck sirens.
The energy is on one right now, Jackie.
Yes, it is. Oh, I love this. They're hugging each other. They're letting their fans in on
Stanley
it.
making his way closer to the stage now. Carter Verhaeghe, he is being swarmed, but he does have a little protection to help him get to the stage.
And they're moving again to the fans before they make their way to the stage. And they're throwing some things to the crowds. I'm not sure what it is.
Adult beverages?
Perhaps. I'm not sure. We have our towels. We have our tchotchkes, our wraps.
This is very special, very special.
And to get this perspective from up here, we're on the 5th floor.
You know, it's raining right now, Jackie. It started raining again.
Yes.
And it's like it's not even raining. People don't care. Right now, it's all about the celebration. The energy is on 100 right now.
Yeah, we have a great perspective here on the 5th floor of the hotel because you could see way down A1A as these buses and cars and trucks are making their way down here to the stage. You could see the crowds that are filling the streets, and then you could see the players that are making their way to the stage. So it's really a wonderful perspective from up here.
Yes, and you know, it's so funny. We got the general manager of the hotel who's helping us with this tremendous view. What do you think about the celebration?
Oh, it's been absolutely amazing. It's so nice. It's been a long time coming to have this celebration for the Panthers, and to be able to celebrate it in Fort Lauderdale, on Fort Lauderdale Beach, is really a real treat. It's amazing.
I know that you guys have been sold out. A lot of people coming here, staying at the hotel for this victory celebration.
Yes, it's been a really fun experience. I mean, since Tuesday morning when they announced the parade, it's been a very hectic week, but to culminate with this parade and celebration, it's amazing. It's great.
And the energy is on one. I mean, the pool, we walk by the pool, we walk by the lobby area, but all the fans and the energy. What do you think about what you're feeling right now, witnessing?
Man, it's amazing. You can hear it. We're singing the champion song right now. Everyone is in a good mood today, even with the weather, even with all the congestion and everything going on. Everyone's really celebrating, and it's so nice to just see all Panthers fans come together and be able to celebrate in such a positive manner.
Well, we thank you for letting us be a part of this hotel, get this perspective from the 5th floor, so we appreciate it. Thank you so much.
And I'm so sorry I'm getting your suit wet right now because it is raining, but hey, I think it's worth the celebration.
Absolutely.
And
thank you so much, and we appreciate you being here to the broadcast.
You got it.
And Jawan, thank you. The trophy has made its way to the stage. It is there right now with some of the players getting ready for the culmination of this parade. They have weathered the storm figuratively, not only figuratively, but literally as well.
Amen.
To get to the stage.
It may rain on our parade, but it's definitely not going to dampen our spirits, Jackie. We are here to celebrate something very, very special. We can say that we are the champions of hockey in the NHL, and we are celebrating our Stanley Cup victory, the very first of its kind, as you take a live look at the sea of fans here in South Florida, right in front of the stage.
This sea of fans, the rain has not for 1 second dampened their spirit. You could tell they wanted to be here come rain or shine. We said it was going to rain, and it did. And they have stayed here along the way, and now you can see the crowds making their way to the stage. And the Stanley Cup right now being hoisted on the stage for everyone to see here in Fort Lauderdale.
Yeah, Carter Verhage doing that walk with the Stanley Cup, getting a little assistance from Ryan Lomberg, and celebrating it with the fans. And you hear the energy as We Are the Champions just played. And there they go. They're hoisting the Stanley Cup once again. It looks like Ryan made his way to the stage.
Yes, he did.
And I can't see from here. No, that's not Ryan Lomberg that made his way to the stage.
No, he hasn't made it yet.
Looks like Nick, that may have been Nick Cousins once again. But again, the players getting out and celebrating with the fans with their shirts off, walking down A1A, drinking adult beverages, sharing fans adult beverages as well.
Nick Cousins was the one that started it all. He got out of the bus and started walking towards the fans, and that brought the other players to also exit from their vehicles and celebrate with the fans that are here. We see another double-decker bus right now full of some of the players and their families, and they're getting this crowd riled up.
Yeah, you see the players. Many of the players, you know who they are, Jackie. You know why? Because they have their shirts off. I think they, as you said, they're a unit. They work together. They play together. And many of the players you see have their shirts off. That's how you can pretty much tell who the Florida Panthers players are, if you are wondering.
It is a wet Sunday here on Fort Lauderdale Beach. Our meteorologists, they called it. They said it would rain, and everyone came out anyway. Only for a few minutes when it was lightning and thundering that they delayed the actual parade. But once that stopped, they started making their way down A1A. It's still raining, Joanne. It's still raining quite a bit.
Yes,
but
it is.
No thunder, no lightning, and that's the good news.
Yeah, you know, we're celebrating the energy. It's going to get everyone through this rain that we're experiencing right now. People don't care. The fans are hugging each other. Many of them getting selfies with the Stanley Cup, taking pictures with it. We saw the great moments of Ryan Lomberg and Nick Cousins getting out celebrating with the fans as we continue to see some of the young fans make their way on A1A.
Oh, there's even a baby, a small child also right now that made their way right now on A1A.
I'm trying to see who that is with their two kids.
But right now, we're looking at the Stanley Cup on stage.
That's right. As many of the players continue to hoist it. Evan Rodriguez is with his two kids below, and we know how special it was with Evan Rodriguez. You're taking a live look at the stage, but hopefully we could get to a picture with Evan Rodriguez.
He's right below us right now.
They're right below us right now.
Yes, with his wife and 2 kids.
He is celebrating with his wife and 2 kids.
Evan Rodriguez, a Portuguese person who came to Canada. His family went from Portugal to Canada, and now he made his way here.
And special, he's hugging the fans. They're celebrating. That's him with the white hat on, hugging one of the fans who are getting selfies with him. That's Jackie. This is special to see the players interact with the fans the way that they're doing. And you don't see this all the time at victory parades, so I love it.
And he was a critical component of this team, scoring several goals in this series. And it's great to see him up close and personal right now with his 2 kids. His wife was joining him just a few moments ago with the Rodriguez jersey. Those are the 2 little kids. They're taking this in. What a moment for that family. What a moment for the Rodriguez family.
Absolutely. I absolutely love it, Jackie. We're going to get back to the stage in another live look once again as many of the players continue one by one to show their love and show you, the Florida fans, the Stanley Cup, because this is a celebration that they want to share with you.
History. We talk about history in the making, and Game 7 could have gone either way. When you talk about history, for a team to come back when the Florida Panthers were winning the series 3-0, and for Edmonton to come back and win 3 in a row, I mean, it could have gone either way. Thankfully, it went the Florida Panthers' way when they won Game 7 to become the champions of the NHL and getting that Stanley Cup here to South Florida, making its way all the way to the ocean and here to Fort Lauderdale Beach. Right now, as you can see people celebrating everywhere from the elbow room to the hotels lining up, A1A, and thousands upon thousands of fans have showed up here to Fort Lauderdale Beach to cheer on the national champions.
Well, the double-decker buses continue to make their way through, Jackie, and the players continue to get off the double-decker buses and celebrate with the fans as well. And we just saw Evan Rodriguez, so that's why this is so special, because they're celebrating it with us, the fans. They're going out there, hugging them, taking selfies. You're walking through the crowd with the Stanley Cup at one point and having people, take pictures with it.
Evan Rodriguez has a camera.
Personal with it.
He's got his phone on one of those selfie sticks.
Yeah, on the selfie stick, he has a camera on his hat as well. He's documenting every moment.
Because this is exciting for the fans, but it's also exciting, obviously, for the players.
And then Anton Lindell.
Oh, Lindell, where is he? I don't see him. Oh, there he is.
Yes, he's running along with the fans. You see him draped with his flag. A very proud moment.
They're all making their way aboard these double-decker buses, making their way down. We still see about, 1, 2, 3, 4, about 5 more double-decker buses that are making their way down A1A. So as the players make their way to the stage, we still have room for several others that are here.
There's Barkov.
Alexander Barkov has made his way down A1A. He's walking. He's taking it in with the fans here on Fort Lauderdale Beach. Can we get a Mark? Can you pan to see Alexander Barkov?
So we've seen Nick Cousins, we've seen Ryan Lomberg, Anton Lindell, many of the fans, the players interacting with them, Evan Rodriguez making their way down A1A, celebrating. So we have quite a few players that are still going to make their way down, some of them on the double-decker buses, like I said, many of them with their shirts off. And Matthew Tkachuk running into the water as well a little bit earlier.
Gustav Forsley?
And we have...
Yeah, Gustav is down there.
Yeah, Gustav.
He's without a shirt, but he's got that flag
without
on.
Without his shirt off. And there's Anton again. I tell you, Jackie, here in South Florida, we know how to celebrate a parade, right?
We sure do.
We sure do. Rain or shine.
Rain or shine.
We know how to celebrate a parade here in South Florida. Again, as many of the double-decker buses, along with players and staff members, their families, continue to make their way down A1A. The stage is slowly getting set as they continue to get ready for this victory celebration and celebrate with you, the fans.
Yeah, we have seen some drones also up top that are taking videos of the crowds here. And we saw Evan Rodriguez with his selfie stick and cam really taking it all in, documenting this moment with his family, with his wife and his kids, and with the fans. You know, you never know if and when this will happen again. So, you know, for them, this is an important moment in their careers, in their life, to cherish it with their families and with their fans and with their teammates.
You have to celebrate. You got to take it all in, Jackie, because you just said it. We don't know when it's going to happen again. And when we think about the Miami Dolphins and the last time that they won a Super Bowl, it could take years to do so. And so you got to celebrate this moment and take it all in. And you can always tell your family out there, you can always say to your grandkids that I was there. I witnessed the moment when the Florida Panthers did something very special. The first time in franchise history, after 30 years, they finally won a Stanley Cup. You can share that. There's tradition being made. Along with winning the Stanley Cup, there's tradition being made with the celebration. You could say, most importantly, Jackie, I was out there getting drenched to celebrate that Stanley Cup with the Florida Panthers.
That's true. And Mark, if you could pan this way, because Stanley has made his way close to the stage here.
With Barkov.
With Alexander Barkov. And they are getting this crowd ready. This is something that Stanley loves to do. He loves to get the crowd in on it, and he's doing that today as well. One of our favorite mascots here in South Florida. Stanley getting back into the...
Stanley getting wet.
Into the van. Stanley doesn't like getting wet. He can't take off his shirt, I guess.
Stanley like, I'm a cat. You know, I don't like water like this. I'm going to just roll around.
Stanley and Barkov together, celebrating this moment, taking in this moment,
very special,
making a mental note of this moment that they won't soon forget.
That's right.
We see another half a dozen double-decker trucks, I think, making their way down A1A. Many of the players have already made it to the stage.
This is special, Jackie.
It is special, and we're looking now down A1A, and it is packed with people. As you mentioned, a sea of people that are lining A1A right now from where it started at Rio Mar, making their way down
you know,
A1A.
It's interesting, too, because it's still so many players that are making their way, and they're still working their way with the fans and making sure that the fans get this special moment, and they document this special moment as well.
We see a lot of little Stanley Cups making their way as well. Hi!
There we go. There we go.
We're seeing more boats out on the water now, getting another perspective of this parade and of the stage from the water. And now we're hearing the announcer on the stage welcoming everyone here to Fort Lauderdale Beach. He's talking about how crazy do you want to get? Let's listen in if we can. Can we get some audio of what's happening on stage?
That's right, they're getting the stage
ready
set.
to get on the stage. All right, these guys are like my sons. You got to go off the hook for these guys. They brought the Stanley Cup to South Florida. How crazy you gonna get? How crazy are you gonna get? Mr. DJ, let's get back to the...
Okay, so right now you are taking a live look at the fans, and you just saw the stage there as many of the players continue to make their way down A1A and continue to mix and mingle with many of the fans. Also, Jackie, what I've noticed is as the parade makes its way closer to the stage, I'm starting to notice a lot of fans that are also making their way down to the stage area as well. There's Ekblad.
Mark, can you get Ekblad in there?
And
he's waving to us.
You know,
he was waving to us just a short time ago.
There we go. That's him lifting his shirt up. He has 2 adult beverages in hand. You gotta love it. You gotta love it.
Boy, there are a lot of double-decker buses. There's still a few.
It sure is. And I see that they're not the only ones with their shirts off, Jackie, because some of these guys...
this has become a trend now.
Yeah, it's becoming a trend, and I'm looking at their body type. So they're built a little bit like me. So right now, I would say they're probably not players with their shirts off.
Perhaps. But it's true what you're saying. All the people that have been lining down the street of A1A, they're starting to make their way to the stage. Many of them running on the beach, and some of them on the street here of A1A, making their way to the stage as they're chanting, "Let's go Panthers."
So you got to think when it starts just how many fans it's going to be, because right now we already see thousands of fans in front of the stage. So we're expected to see even more before the celebration begins on stage. And Jackie, they, as many people may have already seen, they put the Stanley Cup right there, right next to the Eastern Conference Championship trophy on the stage. Okay, you're taking another look here at the double-decker buses. Some of them coming to a stop here right in front of us, too.
Oh, yeah, we're in the middle of all the action right now. Right below us, you have what looks like could be the final 3 double-decker buses before the last fire truck that's making its way. We have some race cars. We have some golf carts. And we have this last double-decker bus.
Matthew Tkachuk is on the
there
end
he is.
of the double-decker
there he
bus.
is, Matthew Tkachuk.
Taking a swig out of the mini Stanley. Matthew Tkachuk, a fan favorite. He recently just jumped into the water once again. He is now back on the double-decker, feeding drinks from a mini Stanley, Jackie.
Matthew Tkachuk has made his way down A1A. He's right below us, Jawan, and he's taking this moment in with the fans, with that little Stanley Cup there. He still has his shirt on, though, but he doesn't have his beard.
He does not have his beard, Jackie. He was looking up. We'll see if we can try to get his attention here in a moment, but the fans are shouting, Matthew.
He really is beloved on this team, not only between his teammates, but also for the fans. He's definitely, as you mentioned, one of the fan favorites here for the Florida Panthers and another integral player on this team. Really, when you think about it, each and every one of these players had a role to play.
That's right.
Oh, they're screaming.
Right.
Chucky from up here. Chucky, they want to get his attention.
Chucky. Yeah, they want to hit that Chucky.
Hi.
Okay, right now I got his attention. I got their attention. All right, let's see if we can do it. They're holding up a championship belt. Matthew Tkachuk going right in front of us right now.
Oh, yeah.
Matthew! There we go.
The fans on this side just realized who they're looking at.
Exactly,
Matthew Tkachuk. Listen to the reaction of the fans here.
Vamos Gatos, gracias.
And I think he is. We're going to stay with him. Mark Thompson has a great view of Matthew. And here we go. I think we're going to see something else again. We're going to stay live with Matthew Tkachuk on the double-decker bus. It looks like he's about to make his way off the double-decker and get up and close and personal with the fans.
And he also got the belt with him. He's going down the steps right now of that double-decker bus, and it looks like he's going to go out of that bus to see some of his fans that have weathered the storm, to see this championship team. The doors are open, and there he is.
Matthew, is he going to get off?
There he is.
Yes, there we go. Matthew Tkachuk does it once again.
As the sirens go on in the background, that's the fire truck, and Matthew Tkachuk just got off of that double-decker bus. This is the last of the double-decker buses which Matthew Tkachuk was on.
Oh man,
and he's actually getting
fans
into
are swarming them right now.
The fans,
Look
where
at
the fans
this.
Are.
Matthew Tkachuk is being swarmed.
Those fans are going crazy right now.
Other players as well. The fans are absolutely going crazy around Matthew Tkachuk.
And the stage right now, the announcements from the stage.
Wow, look at that.
Matthew Tkachuk has made his way here. We can't really see him at this point because he went into where all the fans were at as he makes his way to the stage. So that was the last of the double-decker buses, Jawan.
Well, they're waiting for Matthew, so they're not moving until Matthew gets back on the bus. And right now, he is still celebrating with fans below. So they're not going to move until Matthew comes back.
Last but not least, Matthew Tkachuk taking it all in. He's got the belt. He's got his mini Stanley Cup. But he's still wearing his shirt.
Oh, he sure is.
I don't know if you could hear the crowd, but they are absolutely going nuts over their interaction with Matthew Tkachuk right now. As he makes his way, we could hear the music on stage. And you could see the people that have come out for the parade part of this. They're making their way to the stage as well. And you can see as the stage right now is really getting packed with people right outside of it.
And right now, Jackie, they're playing a California Love on the stage, but right now it's South Florida Love as we are here to celebrate your Florida Panthers championship celebration with the Stanley Cup. And the fans have swarmed Matthew Tkachuk. He is the double-decker bus is so funny. It's still waiting for him.
I don't know if he's going to get back on that bus.
They're not moving. They're not moving until he gets back on. So they have the doors open. So, but that's Matthew. Jackie, we've seen that. We feel like we know him now.
Yes, we do.
Because he shared that love with so many fans. And, you know, and he shared it, of course, first with his family. And now he's sharing it with the fans. And he knows how special it is.
What a beautiful story that is for Matthew Tkachuk with his father and his brother and his mother getting so emotional in Game 7. The fact that this dream became a reality, not only for Matthew, but for the family, because he's representing the family. You know, his brother who plays and his father who played, and the fact that he was able to come here to South Florida, to this Florida Panthers team and win and get the Stanley Cup. Here is just an incredible feat. You know, by all accounts, many people say to get the Stanley Cup, it's really a difficult thing. One of the most difficult in all of sports to win the Stanley Cup. And the Florida Panthers have done it, and in an amazing way, 2 years in a row that they went to the Stanley Cup Finals. Last year wasn't a pretty picture at the end against Las Vegas. You covered it, Jawan. But this year was a different story. They won 1, 2, and 3. And then they had a couple of games, 3 games to be exact, where they didn't win. But it came down to Game 7. It was a beautiful thing because it happened here on our home ice.
It sure did, Jackie, and that is special. You mentioned Matthew Tkachuk and having that special moment with his father, 18 years in the NHL, but part of a hockey family. His father never winning the Stanley Cup, so it was a very special moment when he gave the Stanley Cup to his father to hoist that Stanley Cup with him, because he knew about the long hours and the grunt, the grind, the injuries, and everything else you put in with like any other sport out there. But sharing it with your father, there's nothing as special as being able to do that, and then with your family. And so that's what Matthew Tkachuk is doing. He's sharing it now with you because you are the family, South Florida. You are the ones getting a chance to celebrate this very special moment. And we're going to bring it right here to you, right here from NBC6. This is very, very special. As Jackie mentioned, this is a part of history. And right now, the double-decker buses are still waiting for Matthew Tkachuk to get back on, Jack.
And I have asked Mark to pan to the beach where we can see all of the fans that are making their way to the stage on the sand right now. They've all come out, and the rain has picked up once again, Jawan. That has not stopped them. You can see right now, let's see, from this vantage point, you can see a lot of them. Some of them are still on the beach, and some of them are on the sand. Some of them are along A1A as they make their way to what is expected to be a crazy and wild celebration up on stage. You know, these athletes have become like part of our family. We've gotten to know them. We know a little bit about each of them, and we've really gotten to love them, right?
That's right. That's right. And that's what I love about it, Jackie. And with many sports teams, we get a chance to do that, but you don't get a chance to witness it as much as we have here lately, especially with this victory parade. We've seen so much interaction with the fans and jumping into water and sharing adult beverages with fans.
And look at this sight. Look at this boat.
Oh, that's beautiful.
This boat is having its own celebration for the Florida Panthers. What a show is that. I told you that we had seen a few more boats out on the water, but look at this. This is fire rescue right now, and they're giving a tribute to the Florida Panthers right now, right off of Fort Lauderdale Beach, and what a beautiful thing that is. I'm hoping the players get a glimpse of that, because that's just an awesome sight.
But look at those fans making their way, you could say, to the stage. I mean, they are really coming to be a part of this special celebration that started on Riamar Street and has made its way down here to Southeast 5th Street, closer to the stage. All right, we're going to go back to the stage. I see there's going to be an announcement here. Let's see what's going on.
Let's listen in. I guess they're still not 100% ready. They're waiting for some of the crowds to get to position as they wait for Matthew Tkachuk, who he bypassed that double-decker bus and decided just to walk all the way to the stage. He wanted to take this moment in, each and every moment. And as we mentioned, Jawan, it hasn't stopped raining. It hasn't stopped raining since this parade started.
It has not. But that hasn't stopped the fans who are, again, by the hundreds, making their way to the stage instead of going home. And some of them I've already seen most of the parade, but the celebration is just beginning as the players are making their way to the stage. We've already seen the last of the double-decker buses pass us, and the end of the procession as they are slowly getting to the stage, Jackie.
What an awesome sight to see all of these people as they're making their way to the stage right now. They were out on A1A, lining A1A just to get a glimpse of their favorite players, the team, the Stanley Cup, and now we saw Matthew Tkachuk was the last player on that last double-decker bus, making his way out of the bus onto A1A and onto the stage. And so now all of those people, the thousands upon thousands of people that were lining A1A, they're making their way to get as close to the stage as possible, to be a part of this victory celebration, this victory celebration on Fort Lauderdale Beach. It's just a wonderful thing for South Florida. Like I mentioned earlier, there's nothing that galvanizes a community, that gets this community united and together than a championship. We've seen it time and time again. We saw it with the Heat 2 years, 3 years, with the Marlins 2 years, and then of course with the Dolphins. And it's great to see the Florida Panthers that are now champions and are part of our family here in South Florida and are champions.
And you know, Jackie, you don't have to be a sportsman to enjoy this moment and enjoy what it's bringing to South Florida and the city of Sunrise, the city of Fort Lauderdale, and to see all the excitement. And it started off in Miami at the Miami Arena. So if you're a fan and you've witnessed this from the very beginning, it's extremely special. But if you're a fair weather fan, like I guess some of us, or you just becoming a fan of hockey like myself for the past 2 years, you're seeing how special this moment is and learning about the history and learning about that Florida history. People that never watched hockey before are watching hockey, including myself.
Hey, there's nothing wrong with coming late to the party, right? You started last year to become a fan. There's nothing wrong with that. The fact of the matter is a lot of people didn't know about hockey here in South Florida. And so the fact that they have been able to get the excitement out of the fans here in South Florida to become fans of hockey is just a wonderful thing. You know, South Florida right now is celebrating big time with the Florida Panthers, and I have a feeling that this has really become a catalyst for fans in South Florida. I think we're going to see a new generation of fans.
That's right.
And they're going to be cheering on the Florida Panthers, and it's really a wonderful sight to see.
And just, Jackie, just like you said, and you mentioned, to see the Dolphins players out here supporting the Florida Panthers. I mean, it just goes to show that a lot of these players stick together and they support each other at the same time. So whether it's the teammates sticking together or they're out here supporting other teams across South Florida and showing them love at the same time. Because you best believe we're going to see probably Matthew Tkachuk at a Miami Heat game or at a Dolphins game. They're going to be out there supporting them.
Yes. We've seen the team supporting each other when the Miami Heat were in the finals as well. We saw Marlins players there. We saw Panthers players there. We even saw Inter Miami players there supporting the teams. It's just really great to see, because when you're at that level, you really know what it takes to be a champion. And these players know now what it takes to be a champion.
You best believe that. Now we just need the Miami Dolphins to do their thing as well. And let's just hope that that may be the case. And maybe some of this luck, I wouldn't even call it luck, but some of this energy that the Florida Panthers have right now will rub off on other sports teams across South Florida. Okay, another live look here at the stage as we're about to begin this celebration. Let's listen in.
Hey Cats fans, what a week it's been. Best week of my life. What a time celebrating with all of you. Saw so many around South Florida. We've certainly been enjoying it. Just want to touch base about the parade tomorrow. I won't be able to make it. Pretty sad about it, but my best friend is getting married and there's just no way I can miss it. So I have to be there for him. I will certainly be there in spirit and hope to see you all soon.
You just heard from Sam Reinhart, one of the special players, of course, for the Florida Panthers. Sam Reinhart with one of those victory goals that set us over the top.
Yeah.
and send us into victory, Jackie.
Yeah, with his own message to the fans here on Fort Lauderdale Beach, that now people are just starting to jump up and down. They're getting ready for what is expected to be an incredible victory celebration for these Florida Panthers. But we talked about the history of this team back in 1993 when Wayne Huizenga bought it as an expansion team. And, you know, he wanted to call it the Blockbusters way back then. Did you know that? After the video chain. And so thankfully, because there's no more Blockbuster, thankfully they named it the Florida Panthers, which was a good thing. But you're talking about 31 years ago, when this franchise started, and then it was such a young team. And 3 years later, 1996, they were able to go to the final. I mean, that was just an incredible thing for such a young team. Obviously, they didn't win that one, but it really prepared them for this for this moment in time when they were able to come and do it in their own way, in their own fashion, with this special team, with this special coach, Paul Maurice.
Yeah, you got that right. We're ending the procession, it looks like, and I just love some of the, they're not floats, but you see the replicas that are going by and everything else as the fans continue to make their way to the stage, Jackie. 300,000 is what is expected to turn out here for the parade here today. And many of the fans you would think maybe would leave because of the rain, Jackie, but they didn't. They stayed out here to show their support.
They sure did. And, you know, Mayor Trantalis, the mayor of Fort Lauderdale, say this is not just a Fort Lauderdale team, a Sunrise team, not even a Broward team or a South Florida team. It is called the Florida Panthers. So this team represents all of Florida. Yes, we know Tampa Bay also has its own team, but this is a team where fans have come from all over the state of Florida to celebrate this team, and not only the state of Florida, but all over the country. This team has fans from all over the country. They're really fanatical about this team. They are excited about this team, and they've come from all walks of life just to be a part of this day.
Yeah, you know, it's interesting because it seemed it was about Tampa Bay. Right. A lot of fans in Tampa Bay, and nothing to take away from the Lightning, but a lot of people said, well, hey, they're the hockey town. That's the Florida team. It's not the Florida Panthers, but Florida Panthers, they were able to erase that and show everyone that, no, we are, if not the Florida team, we are a Florida team. We belong here, and we should be considered a hockey town. As Jackie and I were talking about a little bit earlier, some would argue that because Hockey Town is that team that has a tradition and that gets to the playoffs. Can you say that your team is going to be going to the playoffs each and every year? And when you could say that you believe that they will, that's pretty much a hockey town. Yeah. So I can tell you this, by going to the Stanley Cup final last year and getting there the way they did to this year, and they got there and they did it in special fashion, one that we will always remember in history, because history was made. So let's listen to We Are the Champions once again as we hear it from the stage.
They had to get through Tampa, as you mentioned, and they had to get through Boston, and they had to get through the dreaded New York. And they did it. They did it, and they were able to get to the final against the Edmonton Oilers.
See the owner there celebrating, very excited.
Vinny Viola, who when he bought the team, he said obviously he had his expectations, but he never envisioned that this day would happen. And he said that although he's always been a fan, his wife is a bigger fan than he is. As a matter of fact, he said Game 7, he was so worried and nervous about what could happen. And she said, don't worry about it. The Panthers, we got this. And they had it.
They sure did. They responded. We saw the general manager, Zito, throw the water bottle. He was very upset after that loss, that Game 5 loss at home, because we thought that we had Game 5 and we didn't want to go back to Edmonton, which we did. The good thing is that we still had to come back home to South Florida, and we did what we were supposed to do. And Jackie, you and I had discussed this. I discussed this with a few other colleagues of ours, that how important it was to score that first goal.
Right.
And we were able to score that first goal because typically, tradition, stats have it that those that score that first goal typically wins the game in the Stanley Cup final, and we were able to do just that and win Game 7.
Bobrovsky, I mean, he blocked 23 of 24 attempted shots in that Game 7. Many people thought that he should have been the MVP, but to no avail. I mean, they were the winning team. Many people believe that the winning team should have the MVP. He didn't get it, but he is the MVP in our hearts, along with this whole team that has really won over South Florida, has won over the hearts of South Florida. Give it up, South Florida.
Yeah. Let's go. You can feel the energy out here, Jackie.
You sure can. Once again, they're taking turns hoisting.
Yes.
that heavy, heavy Stanley Cup. It's a beautiful thing to see, with the backdrop of the beach and the ocean and the boats. Really, it is truly a beautiful thing. I don't think that Stanley Cup has ever been in the ocean as it was when Matthew Tkachuk left the elbow room with it in hand, hoisting it up all the way into the beach.
And all the fans celebrating a little Bon Jovi with the Florida Panthers, living on a prayer. Hey, and that's exactly what they may have been doing last year, as well as this year, because redemption came, and we sure were able to redeem ourselves, Jackie.
Boy, were we ever, and in such a big way and such big fashion. You know, there were a lot of naysayers out there after the Panthers lost those 3 games when the Oilers tied it up. And those naysayers, where are they now? Because the Panthers came back and did it with style, and they did it with heart. And this team really deserves this cup because it was blood, sweat, and tears and heart. They put it all out there, some of them without their sticks in critical moments in Game 7. You know, Bobrovsky guarding that goal with his body. It was an incredible sight to see.
Seeing Matthew Tkachuk hoist the Stanley Cup again. As you said, they are taking turns hoisting the cup, celebrating the victory with the fans who are celebrating by singing Bon Jovi, living on a prayer with the team. This is just a special moment, and to be able to witness it is special as well. And you see the players hugging each other, you know, celebrating Ryan Lomberg and others, kissing the Stanley Cup. This is it. This is what it's all about. This is what victory is all about.
I don't know if we could take a look at this video so we can hear it. If we give you a little color as to what's going on here, the crowd here, they're watching a video of the series of the Florida Panthers as they made their way to the Stanley Cup final, and the players have already made their way up on stage. We're waiting for the celebration on stage to begin as the crowd here is watching that video. And right now, we're getting a special tribute from the Air Force right now. The choppers overhead.
Look at this, Jackie. What a shot.
What a shot that is.
Wow. With the flyover.
It was a beautiful flyover from our military as they made their way down A1A. It was a beautiful sight to see.
It really was. I felt like I could touch it. I feel like we're that close, Jackie.
Well, we were very close to it. Back to the video now, and to the stage.
Okay, right now you're taking a look at the video. We're going to go in and out, but we want you to enjoy some of what we are enjoying right now as we're feeling the energy from the stage.
I think they're getting ready. The preps are on their way, getting ready as we're looking on video at Maurice. giving one of his inspirational speeches to this team as the players are there continuing to hoist the Stanley Cup. They're taking each and every moment of this in. What a special moment. Thousands of people are here waiting to hear from their Florida Panthers as they're watching this video of
Jackie,
the fans and the players.
Yeah, the video, yeah, it's showing the whole season. It's a whole season and highlights and how they got to this point and then went into the playoffs. Of course, each game and how important each game was that made it special. So the video is playing as you're seeing the stage and all the players are getting set as they continue to hoist the Stanley Cup one by one, but they have since put the Stanley Cup down and they're enjoying this moment with their family and of course the fans.
Yeah, by all accounts, this is a true family, this team. They really, really respect each other. They trust each other. According to Paul Maurice, who's worked in the business for so many years, for decades as a coach, and he says he's never seen anything like the cohesiveness of this team, the way that they trust each other, not only in their play, but in their everyday lives. It's a sight to see, and he says that he is in awe of them. And I think it's that camaraderie that they have, that respect for one another, that has really taken this team to a whole new level.
Yeah, and that's true, Jackie. You know, Bobrovsky and some of the players, I mean, we talk about how special they are, but what Paul Maurice has been able to do and bring the team together, being strategic at times with his lineups and doing things that were different. But he's special. He's a special coach. It took him a long time to get to this point, and you don't want to be that coach that has been the longest standing coach without a championship.
Right.
And he finally got that championship.
It took 32 years, but they got it. 3 visits to the final, and this season was the season that culminated into a Stanley Cup victory for the Florida Panthers. This team, this owner, the general manager, who we saw emotional at times at Game 7, and then, of course, the leadership of Coach Paul Maurice, who always had faith in this team. And when they were talking about those losses initially on in Game 4, 5, and 6 of the series, he said that they looked at this game by game, not in its totality. They weren't looking behind. They weren't looking in the past. They were looking at Game 7 as a whole new opportunity to win the Stanley Cup. And that's what they did. And you saw that they came out with so much energy. You knew when they came out in that Game 7 that this was a team to be reckoned with. And then they scored that first goal. And then you knew that the momentum was on their side. And then there was a very good chance that this team would be victorious.
You know, I just got a text from O.J. McDuffie, former Miami Dolphin great, and he was talking about how special this moment is, being a hockey fan and being there at the elbow room when they celebrated with the fans. He was there and being able to share it with his family. You know, they're sharing it with this community, Jackie, and it's just so special to be a part of this after 30 years. And we spoke with some of the people here at the hotel, and they talked about that moment. They talked about being there at the beginning. That's what makes tradition, and that's what makes this moment so special. It's historic, any way you look at it, but we are on the right side of history. We are not on the wrong side of history by winning the Stanley Cup in Game 7. Let's listen in.
The program is about to start, so let's listen in to the championship celebration here on Fort Lauderdale Beach.
And now, please welcome Florida Panthers play-by-play broadcaster, Steve Goldstein.
We got the cup. We got the cup. We got the cup. We got the cup. Welcome, everybody. Let's celebrate the 2024 Stanley Cup champions. That 2-1 victory in Game Game 7 Monday night at Amerant Bank Arena. One of the great moments in South Florida sports history. This championship run has been building for years. These guys, the heart, the desire, the brotherhood, all coming together in this year's playoffs. It's a little nasty out, but we ain't afraid of the lightning, are we? And we beat the Bruins again, didn't we? New York? I don't think so. But it was in that Stanley Cup final against the Edmonton Oilers that have the brightest memories. From Bobby in Game 1 to Barkey in Game 3. And then you know what? You got us just a little bit nervous, fellas. You know that. Just a little bit. A little bit. But they were never nervous. To typical Panther hockey led by Paul Maurice in Game 7. And the Panthers are champions for the first time ever. Now, I know you want to hear from them. We're going to get to our speakers, but first, I got to take a little Florida-style roll call. How many of you from the Keys? Key West Marathon. Oh, there we go. How about Palm Beach County? West Palm? Boca? Donde está Hialeah in the house? Miami Beach, Aventura, Miami-Dade County. How about right here in the 954? Fort Lauderdale, Plantation, Davie, Cooper City, Weston. All right, seriously now for a moment, success starts at the top. And at the top of the Florida Panthers, a man who does not waver. Always believed the Stanley Cup would be right here on this beach with people in the ocean during a celebration. And how about let me hear from everybody in the back, way back there. Because this man is as happy for you as he is for anybody else on this stage. He's all South Florida now. Through Brooklyn, New York, and West Point, the United States Military Academy. Vinny Viola, come on up here.
Yeah, we go. Come on, man. Let me feel it. Let me feel this. Let's go. All right, South Florida, listen to me. How crazy do you want to get? How crazy do you want to get? These young men brought this trophy for you, the best fans in all of hockey. On behalf of my family, on behalf of these players, on behalf of the entire organization, nobody understands the passion that you, the South Florida hockey fan, has for this team. Give it up for yourself. Come on, man. Come on. You know how much we love you, and we feel how much you guys love us. On that note, we drop the mic. The cup is home. Let's get it back again.
Vinny, thank you for your leadership. Now, speaking of leadership, how many of you seen Matt Caldwell walking around the concourse during games? I mean, if there were 34 hours in a day, he wouldn't have enough time to get it done. He grinds every day, help this franchise to the top of the hockey world. Let's welcome Panthers President and CEO, Matt Caldwell.
Hey, everybody. Hey. Listen, I'll be quick. I want to get to the players and the staff. I just want to thank all of you. It was unbelievable to see our players win. Be with you at the Elbow Room. Be with you at Pompano Beach to Sunrise to Miami, all over South Florida. Many teams win championships, they go to Vegas or they go somewhere else. Our people stayed right here, locally with all you. Right here with you. I'm gonna do something real quick. I wanna introduce a dear friend, great partner of ours. Broward County owns our arena in Sunrise. We couldn't have done this without them. So I'm gonna bring up Monica Sapiro and say a few quick words. Thank you very much.
All right, next up, the architect. I don't know how he does it, but he does it with class. He does it with precision. Where's Frankie? Where's little Billy? Billy. Bill Zito, ladies and gentlemen, Panthers general manager. But first I want to see the brains behind the operation. Where's Frankie? Where's the brains behind? The Zito family, ladies and gentlemen.
Let's go!
The brains behind the operation. You want to know how Rhino and Monty and everybody got here? They had a little something to do with it. All right, Bill Zito. Zito.
Thank you. This is awesome. Look around, this is awesome. I'd be remiss if I didn't give a shout out to the fishing boats. We'll be there shortly. Get all the kids. So, when people ask us about this group, what makes them special, I always use the word team, which really is just family. And I can tell you, to a person, every guy back here considers you guys family. The way you stayed out in the rain, you supported us. Get the kids out here for one round of applause. The boys. Come on, get the kids out here. Go ahead, guys. Thank you again. God bless all you. Thank you.
Bill Zito, ladies and gentlemen. It's not about him, it's about everybody else. Way to go, guys. You know, a lot of people thought he was finished. He kind of thought he was finished coaching. Then he watched the Panthers play a little bit. And he got a phone call, and from the bench in Toronto last March, Paul Maurice has waited forever.
Panthers Stanley Cup winning head coach Paul Maurice to take your
That's not getting old.
I bet not.
30 fucking years. 30 fucking years. For every fucking 20th, 30 years. And for that woman over there, 30 years of being married to an asshole. Fuck yeah! I want to, in my wildest dreams, I've never would have thought I could see this. Seriously, understand this. Everybody that we love in this world is fucking happy right now. I want to thank all of the police officers and the fire department, especially the fire department that had to fix my daughter and her friend. Took a beer can off the head, God bless them. I want to thank all of you for these men here for welcoming our families to Florida. For our wives, our children to come to Florida. My two cats, this is Poppy. Wait, this is Penny. Those are my two cats. My daughter made the shirt. I promised her we win the Stanley Cup, I'm wearing that shirt. I got one more word for you. And actually, this isn't for you. This is for you fuckers.
One more time, Mo. Once more. Now you got to do it again, Paul. Hockey lifer. And as one of his favorite terms, what you're all doing out there in this weather today, we're all grinding, so keep on grinding. Grind it, it's a grinder. But the combination of Bill Zito and Paul Maurice, you couldn't have two better people handling this franchise. They set the tone that permeates throughout this team. A terrific bunch of class individuals, although that may be a little question today, but they are. And the way they treat everybody they encounter, as you guys all know, is special. Back-to-back Eastern Conference champions, now Stanley Cup champions. Bill, Paul, on behalf of everybody, thank you. Thank you. Now, I could go on all day until July 4th about the next guy, but we don't have time. He's a Hall of Famer as a player, a Hall of Famer as a person, the only Panther player to have his number retired. And I'm not sure Game 7 happens without that drum before the game. He said he had a lot of pent-up energy, so he had to pound it out. Panther for life. And one of all of us in South Florida, Roberto Luongo. World-class on and off the ice.
Hey, listen up. 30 years. You guys have waited 30 years. Congratulations. Thank you. Fucking enjoy it. Enjoy it. This is beautiful. Hey, these guys, what a group. What a group. These guys love each other. Strong as a fucking wolf pack. So dedicated to each other. What a performance. We're proud. We thank you guys. 30 years we've waited. It's a beautiful moment. Who gives a shit about the rain? Nobody cares. We love you. Thank you so much. Enjoy.
Gave me the finish flag, Anton Lundell and the fellas. The sweet, all right, hang on, Vladdy Daddy. Bring it up, Vlad. We got the Finns, we got the Russians, we got the champions. Now this next speaker got here 10 years ago when the Panthers selected him #1 overall. Aaron Ekblad is a damn warrior on the ice. One of these two. Thank you, Bill. You know, free agency, we got to make sure everybody's welcome, so we got to get them all in there. He had one sole goal in mind, his defense during the Stanley Cup playoffs. The biggest stars on Tampa, 5-on-5 goals, 0. David Pasternak. Mika Zibanejad. Leon Draisaitl. Aaron Ekblad is a champion. He got to this beach as a teenager. Here he is, as a man and a cup champ with his traffic card. Chance in front, Aaron Ekblad score!
Fuck you, Brooks Koepka! Hey, from the bottom of my heart, thank you. Thank you. Let's go, Cats! Woo! Let's go! Woo! Let's go, Cats! Hey, I don't have much, but thank you so much for coming. Thank you so much. Let's hear it from my D partner, Gus Forsling. Woo!
Eki, you got to get your cone. Classic. Classic. You know, there was a time, believe it or not, where the Panthers weren't the tough, in-your-face, hard-nosed, kick-your-ass team. You may be shocked, but those elements took a turn for the better when Bill Zito brought in Matthew Tkachuk 2 years ago. He never, ever backs down. And he's the only guy ever to bring Stanley into the Atlantic Ocean. The party keeps on going. Matthew Tkachuk.
Here's Tkachuk, and he scores! Matthew Tkachuk!
Hey, I heard it's 70 degrees and sunny in Edmonton, but they ain't got no cup. I just want to thank the Violas and Billy for getting me here. You guys have been so amazing. Best time of my entire life. Thank you guys for the memories. The Fort Lauderdale Police and Fire Department, this has been the greatest day ever. Thank you for everything. But most importantly, you fans have made this the time of my fucking life. the best thing about this all is lifting this cup, and I'm gonna lift this up and hand it to the best captain in the fucking NHL.
South Florida, what's up? Man, when I was drafted here 10 years ago, 2013, I would have never believed that this day will come. And here I am with my teammates, with the team, Viola's, management, everyone. We're here in front of you all together in a rainy day during hurricane season. We're here on the beach celebrating us winning the cup. There's just not enough words for me to say how thankful I am for every single person here. I think this goes all the way to the Boca where I live, so probably 1 million people. So thank you every single person here, and I want to hear one more time for this amazing team right here behind me. And, sorry, one more thing. I always wanted to do this. I know I might have never won anything, but I always wanted to do this. So can you repeat what I say? Bobby. 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 Bobby.
2019, July 1, I just signed the deal with the Florida Panthers. In my first interview, they asked me why I came to Florida. My answer was because I want to win the cup and I'm gonna do it here. And now here we are, five years later, celebrating the biggest victory of this franchise with you guys. I want to thank Viola family for bringing me here. I want to thank my teammates. This group is unbelievable. We did it all. I want to thank the coaching staff and management to build this team up. And I want to thank you guys. You guys are incredible, and thank you guys for incredible support.
Sergei Bobrovsky, ladies and gentlemen. The Viola family, Travis. Come on, everybody up. You guys are amazing. We want to thank the 2024 Stanley Cup champion, Florida Panthers, and a heartfelt thank you. Let's welcome the champs.
I just want to see how loud we can get. You ready? Oh!
let's get every 2024 Florida Panther up to the front now. Let's go, fellas.
Have a great day.